how the experience has been and what are some of the nuggets that you can give to our viewers.
Thank you so much.
We still have so many delegates that have attended, and amongst them is a gentleman with a very nice scarf. So the proudly South African scarf. Firstly, tell us your name, what institution are you from, and maybe some of the things that you're looking forward to taking from this conference.
Okay, my name is Luvuyo Sabongo. Okay, is it fine?
Yeah.
My name is Luvuyo Sabongo. I'm from the University of the Western Cape. So from this whole conference, I'm hoping to gain insights on the issue of youth unemployment, on what is it that can be done, what are the mismatches, and at the same time, with the current issue that we're facing at this point in time, what different stakeholders across the country can do in order to mitigate the issue of youth unemployment. Yes.
Speaking of unemployment, I've heard various different ideas from the delegates that are attending here. But in your opinion, what are some of the things that we practically need to change to curb the urge of unemployment? I mean, we've got close to 35 to 36% of people who are unemployed or formerly unemployed in this country. But what are some of your practical opinions that we think we can do right now?
At this point in time, within our country, youth to be specific, there are mismatches of skills across the country. So there is a need for the industry and also the academics and everyone within, like the stakeholders, to work together hand in hand so that we can understand South Africa as a whole, what is happening in the industry, so that our youth can be trained accordingly. And at the same time, what we need to look into is the power of informal economy, because there is so much that can be done within the informal economy, whereby youth employment can be looked into. Yes.
What do you think can be the collaboration between researchers such as yourself, people in academia, public sector and private sector? How do you think all of those sectors can come together to assist in terms of just improving the employment rates in this country?
Okay, so my current research, as I'm doing development economics, is focusing on how does social capital affect the children's school outcomes. So within that research, I look into the early stages, basic education and everything. So I believe that within that, there is a need to update and do some necessary changes within our curriculum so that our learners can be work ready and also they can be tertiary ready, so that they can be able to step into roles that are going to uplift this country and in this economy.
Wow. Incredible stuff. We're hoping to actually hear from you at the end of the conference, just to hear what is it that you took forward from this conference. So we'll speak to you at the end of the conference.
Yes, looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Same here, same here. Maybe let's get some ladies in. It feels like it's been a gentleman's just talking. Let's get just one last gentleman through that will come in. Firstly, good morning and welcome to the Public Economics Conference 2026. Maybe let me first ask, what institution are you coming from? Your name and surname, and is it your first?
So I'm Bonani Mavata. I come from Nelson Mandela University, and I have been involved with a couple of GTAC conferences in the past, so this is not my first rodeo.
And how has the previous conferences been, and how do you hope those conferences compare to 2026?
So they were great. I think what stands out for me in those conferences is the collaboration that takes place at an event like this. So this event brings the brightest minds in economics across the country, and the engagements and the conversations that take place are very thought-provoking, and the relationships and the networks and connections that you also form go with you for years after the conference has taken place. So those are the things that I'm looking forward to, and I know that it won't disappoint.
Speaking of technology, if you can just come closer. Speaking of technology, of course, we know that artificial intelligence is one of the things that are most prevalent and in everybody's lips. It's affecting public, private, research even. So how do you think that we can actually use that to our advantage, this urge of unemployment that's continuously persisting? How do you think we can use technology and artificial intelligence to our advantage to actually decrease the unemployment rates in this country?
Yeah, so like you rightly said, the AI is kind of like out the box now, and it's now a matter of like how do we best position ourselves in a world where artificial intelligence is so prevalent. In my opinion, I think the best way is just to identify what will set us apart from other countries. And one thing that I can think about is we need to ask ourselves going forward, do we want to kind of like be end users of artificial intelligence? Do we want to be known globally as just end users of artificial intelligence? Or do we also want to stake our claim, become developers of artificial intelligence? And for that to happen, we will require structural changes to firstly education. We need to place great emphasis on STEM subjects such as science, technology, engineering, and mathematics. So I think positioning ourselves will be very important, not just at the point where we use, but also at the point where we can also develop. And for that to happen, we need to also focus on effecting those structural changes.
Is there any particular presentation that you are looking forward to at the 2026? As you said that you've attended other public economics conference previously, is there any particular presentation that you're looking forward to today?
No.
Or throughout the conference?
Or throughout the conference, not necessarily, but I am looking forward to hearing from a couple of guests that will be here. I saw the DG of National Treasury will be presenting. Dr. Andrew Donaldson from UCT, who is a stalwart of GTAC. He will also be presenting, as well as Professor Tanya Ajam as well. So those are the people that I'm looking forward to listening to and seeing, just to name a few. I think there will be plenty of more guest speakers that will take the stage throughout the next couple of days.
I tell you what I'm looking forward to is chatting to one of the ladies. I mean, it's been gentlemen up here, thank you so much. It's been just gentlemen up here, So it's time that we get ladies in. How are you doing and how has the conference been so far? Please introduce yourself, your name, and what institution you are coming from.
Okay, first of all, I'm very nervous. I'm a very nervous person. I'm Zizi Pomakak. I'm coming from the University of the Western Cape in Cape Town. I'm doing my second year in PhD economics.
Wow! So you took a PhD?
Yeah, I would say yes.
So next year you'll be Dr. Z?
It doesn't take 3 years though. American is 5 years.
Oh. What is your research topic, if I may ask?
My research topic focuses on the effect of digital finance on poverty alleviation, looking at competition and consumer protection.
What is some of the things that you're looking forward to in this conference? And is your first conference attending the Public Economics Conference?
Yes, it's my first time, and I'll be honest, I'll just say things that I'm honest about. The first thing that I'm looking for, firstly, is to network, to also get information on how, because the topic is mainly on unemployment. So I want to know how that can be curbed, or policies that can be used to, since there's this introduction of AI now, how is it going to affect us? Because it's a neutral. AI is neutral. It can affect employment, it cannot affect employment. It depends on how you view it. So I'm looking to see how effective the conference will be in explaining unemployment and how it can be curbed.
What do you think is the role between, as a second year PhD student, what do you think is the role of researchers in collaborating with the public sector and the private sector in order to help decrease unemployment? Can we use technology? How do we use technology?
Sorry, can you repeat that?
How do you think public and private partnerships can assist to decrease the scourge of unemployment?
Okay, firstly, by looking at researchers, because I think you talked about how researchers can work with the public sector or the private sector. I think it's important for the government sectors or private sectors to look at what research says about employment and find ways on how to actually decrease or curb the increasing rate of unemployment, because as of now, I think youth unemployment is standing on 42 point something percent, which is very high, by the way. That is very high. So I think they should ensure that they use the policies that is advised by the researchers on how to curb employment. And
is there anything particularly that you are looking forward to before the end of the conference? Is there something, that one thing that you're going to point to at the end of the 2026 conference and say, you know what, I got what I came from?
If it's possible that maybe they make us understand why some of us as graduates, we end up at PhD level without employment, why it even goes to that far. Like, what is it that we're lacking, so that we can fix those things that are lacking, honestly.
Fixing some of the problems in this country. Thank you so much. We'll be chatting to you at the end of the conference just to find out how your experience was. And we hope that you also have a wonderful, wonderful experience. This is where you're going to keep it for the red carpet today, but we'll be coming back every single day for the red carpet just to catch up with some of the delegates and bringing you the speakers, of course, that will be participating in the various panel discussions.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The event will be starting shortly. We kindly ask all delegates to make their way back to the conference room and take their seats. We appreciate your cooperation and look forward to an engaging and productive session ahead. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The event will be starting shortly. We kindly ask all delegates to make their way back to the conference room and take their seats. We appreciate your cooperation and look forward to an engaging and productive session ahead. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, get ready for an unforgettable experience as we kick off the GTAC 2026 Public Economics Conference. Guiding us through every moment is none other than a master of conversations. He's the dynamic host of Ubuntu Sunrise on South Africa's Ubuntu Radio, a trusted moderator for leaders and changemaker. With his signature blend of gravitas, warmth, and insight, he will lead us with energy, clarity, and inspiration. Please give a thunderous welcome to your Master of Ceremonies, Vusi Maupa.
Woo! Come on. Come on, everyone up, everyone up, everyone up, everyone up. Come on, come on, come on. Woo! Good morning. Come on. Good morning, good morning, good morning, good morning. Are you guys well? You don't sound so well. I'm not convinced you guys are well. Are you guys well? I'm sure the guys online will do much better than you. Are you guys online well? Someone tells me they're much better than what you are. You may be seated, please. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Vusi Maupa. I'm so excited to see so many great minds coming together to exchange ideas and share views, and most importantly, to join the fight against youth unemployment. And I think that's what brought us here, to exchange ideas and views on how we can fight the scourge of unemployment. And we're bringing together not only students, we also bring in seasoned professionals from various sectors, including the government, public entities are here, the research institutions are here, many from all walks of life. We're talking South Africa, Africa, and abroad. So this conference is one of the most attended, I understand, to date. Well, it doesn't start here. For those that have been here before, they will tell you that 10 years ago, on the 11th of July, 2016, that's when we started with an inaugural conference of G20. Did I say G20? I'm trying to see if you guys are listening. I'm glad you are. We started with the GTAC conference at the University of Pretoria. And I'll tell you something. Who else is the first attendee here? If you are the first attendee, please raise your hand. All right, the first split, those that are not here for the first time? Okay, I know some of you are not here for the first time. Some of you are here for the first time. We are very friendly people. We'll make sure that you get comfortable. But one thing we guarantee, we'll make sure that by the time you leave here, you have a good idea of what to do next. Someone like Barnabas will tell you exactly that. Barnabas has been with us since the first conference when he was doing his first year at the University of Limpopo, and now he's doing his PhD and he's been attending. Where's Barnabas seated? I saw him almost sitting at the reserve table. That's how we think how important he is, and they had to eject him back to his seat. There it is, there it is. So there are people like him that have been here with us for some time, not because they just like being here, but they like exchanging ideas, they like what we do, and we hope that it's not the first time we see you, you're going to be with us for a foreseeable future. And when you do your PhD, who knows, you may be on stage with us and share your ideas on one of the topics that we will be tackling at that particular time. So a few housekeeping. Make sure that you are seated in an allocated table number. I understand they gave you a number as you are coming in. Just make sure you are seated at your allocated table number. If not, we're going to give you a few seconds to find your allocated table. Check the number that they gave you and ensure that you are seated at the right table. Those online, unfortunately, we don't have tables for you, but we hope that you are cozy and having a good time at home there or office where you are, and you are sitting comfortably in your own space. You've also been given precious gifts of quotations. If you haven't received a quotation, I'll ask Molukhadi to come to you to give you a quotation. Please keep those small slips of quotations with you throughout the duration of the conference. For the next 2 days, please keep those with you. We'd like to hear your thoughts or two around those. If you haven't gotten one yet, reach out to one of our helpers or your mentors that will be able to help you on the way for you to get your precious gift of a quotation. Ladies and gentlemen, those that have been here before, they know that I normally do this alone, but this year I thought, I'm a bit tired, so I won't be doing this alone anymore. And I brought my co-host, who is a seasoned broadcaster, who's a host Ubuntu Biz on Ubuntu Radio on Wednesday, 6 p.m. to 7. He's a facilitator and a moderator by profession. I'd like you to please put your hands together and help me welcome my co-host, Sabelo Makubo.
Come on. Come on.
Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, let's go.
Come on, guys.
Woo! They're lazy, yeah? Huh?
I mean,
Come on.
come on.
Woo! Come on, come on, come on, let's go.
Woo! Let's go. Aye.
Right, Sabelo, take it away.
Definitely not gonna moonwalk.
I tried.
Good morning, good morning. You tried?
I tried my best.
Hey.
That's the best I can do.
I think we need to bring back Michael Jackson.
But
Maybe I must show you how to
we have
do
a
it.
lot of piano dancers here if they can come on stage.
Also, now we blame the music. It's not the music.
Yeah, blue piano.
Oh, okay. Anyway, good morning. It's my first time at the Public Economics Conference 2026. I hear that there is a bunch of very much friendly people. I'm hoping to meet all of you today and throughout the conference. Just a few things on housekeeping. You have been allocated a name tag, so please treat it like your VIP guest. Make sure that you do not lose your name tag, as it will give you all things access to GTAC Public Economics Conference 2026. Also, make sure that your phones are on silent. Of course, we want you to engage on social media, but we don't want your phone to turn into the main speaker, right? So we're also just asking that your phones, please make sure that you are making sure that your phones are remaining on silent mode. But of course, take pictures, take videos, engage on social media, post it, Instagram. We do have an official hashtag. It's hashtag GTAC.
Yeah, GTAC PEC, not 2026. That's GTAC PEC. That should be fine.
Right. And on bathrooms, as you exit the venue, turn towards the left, proceed all the way to the right, and you will find the bathrooms or the lavatories so that you can do what you need to do. And also, if you do get lost, please just ask one of the hotel staff members, and they can assist you to actually find the bathrooms. And then also, as I've said, join the conversation online and, of course, on various different social media platforms. As I said, that we do have an official hashtag that is GTAC PEC and a hashtag Public Economics Conference. Post the conference as much as you want. Put it on LinkedIn, Instagram, Facebook. Is there anybody still on Facebook here? Maybe above 35. Put it, your shots fired, right? But put it on the different various and social medias. We want this thing to trend, right? So there are people that are watching us on YouTube, of course. And then lastly, please make sure that you are back in the venue on time. You'll hear the sound being projected as soon as we are ready to start once again. And also, if you missed anything about the conference, you want to find out who's the next speaker, or maybe when's the tea break, or lunch. But if you want to find out about such things, we do have an app that is available. Mr. Mopa, I think you can tell us a little bit more.
Sure. So we do have an app. Those that are online will also be able to access it. It should be posted to you right now online. And those that are here, there's a QR code that will ask you to please right away scan. And so you can go into the app, and we'll show you what we need to do. Zandra, if you can just pull the screen up and let's get started. So we're gonna give you a taste of how the app works, right? Some of you have used Slido before, some have not done so. So this is how it's gonna look. They're gonna show it right here on the screen, as you can see it on the side. Who has joined and is seeing this screen on their devices? Please raise your hand. The lights are too bright, I can't see. Have you joined the app yet? All right, we'll give you a few seconds. And the attendees online also, please make sure that you join the app. No need to download. No need to download. Just on the link, you'll be able to go to the app. Once again, are you guys on the app yet? All right, let's see the show of hands. Okay, a comfortable number. I see Baneng's table is not yet in the app. They're still struggling there. Sharing the QR code, passing it around. There's no QR code on the screen that could help, right? No? All right, let's give it a few seconds for you to be comfortable around the app. And online also, please do join the app. This activity includes all of you. In fact, not just an activity, but this is one chance for you to get a good sense of how Slido works, as you'll be able to fill in your questions and interactions throughout the session. So make sure that you also participate in the app and keep it active throughout the conference. And that's where we'll be able to see all the questions coming from you. Are we all now logged in the app? Just by the show of hands. Right.
Scan the QR code. You can scan the QR code also.
Yeah.
Yes, that will take you directly through to the app. I think there are QR codes, cards on the different and various tables. So if you're struggling to connect to it, you can just quickly scan the QR code.
Right, and we do have a free Wi-Fi. I think if you go to the Maslow guest, that will be able to give you free connection. So you don't have to actually use your actual data. You can do that. Right, so assuming that most of us are comfortable and have logged into the app, Zandre, please will you show us how it works. But what you see on the app here is a number of fields, including you can ask a question, we're gonna do a poll to show you how it works. You can find conference resources that will give you everything from the speaker's presentations and the reading material. The program is also there. If you wanna know in detail what Sabelo Makubo and other speakers are all about, go to the speaker's bio tab. That's where you're gonna be able to find those bios. Student portal is also available for you to access at any time. So this will be your companion throughout the conference. Zandre, let's do the first poll. And we have a very interesting question for you, right? Who else is following FIFA World Cup? Right, I'm not sure if Zandre is following, but we'll take a chance. He'll demonstrate to us how this thing works. So you're gonna put your name there. Zandre will put his name. You also can put your name there, agree, and then join Slido. So our first question to you and those that are joining us online is we want to find out, who do you think will win this year's FIFA World Cup? Let's take a first chance from Zandre. Oh, hey, there he goes. There he goes.
Zandre
Doesn't know that the boys are back at home. Well, we're gonna take that. So put your responses on and let's see who your money is, where your money is at. France is making a good stride, Spain following there. All right, you can keep on putting them. By the way, I think it also gives you a chance to keep on repeating until you see your ideal team coming strong there.
If anyone says Canada, I will find you.
Right, okay. It looks like France is making good inroads there. Spain won last night, right? Yes, they did, right. They beat Portugal. Right.
Ronaldo fans, are we okay?
Right. Football is coming home. England. Right. Someone is too bold. We have an English in the room here. Right. France is still on the lead there. It looks like it's going back to 1998. Is that where?
Oh, 2018, actually. They won it again in 2018.
Yeah, I mean, when Bafana Bafana first qualified, that was 1998.
Oh.
Yeah, and that was France took it, I think, when we went to France. And if you may remember, there was a guy called Piri Issa that cost us an own goal. I'm talking to 2000s, they don't understand.
The Piri Issa.
Right. France looks to be doing comfortable and winning this one. So this is how Slido works. I hope you also had a chance at home to participate and see how Slido actually works. So we'll be having a number of polls and questions throughout the session that you'll be doing exactly what you just did now. Some graphics will come in this format, some graphics will come into different formats, including the bar graphs and stuff, including the debates that you'll be, excuse me, part of on the last day. We'll be having a chance to vote as you did now, and you'll see the results coming in live on the screen. Now, turning to the business of the conference, ladies and gentlemen, we are here for a good 3 days, and there are 3 key things that we'd like you to learn by the time you leave here, or by the time you log off online. The first thing, we want to talk about evidence and data. So we want to talk about, we are all about grounding our approach in the credible data and robustness of evidence that we're going to talk about. We'll start by unpacking how youth unemployment is measured in South Africa. We'll also look into exploring the latest labor market statistics and identifying critical gaps in our knowledge. This evidence base is a foundation for everything that we hope to achieve over the next 3 days. The second thing that we'd like you to make sure that you learn from here, or at least by the time we leave here, to have a good sense of, we need to have a very good sense of policy diagnosis. We are not just here to talk about the problem, we are here to bridge the gap between diagnosis and practical policy solutions. Hence, we brought you some of the policymakers in the house. So over the course of the conference, we'll examine the economy's ability to generate jobs, scrutinize existing labor policy programs, and of course, ask whether policies are truly aligned with the scale and complexity of the youth unemployment challenge. The critical part of why we are here, we want to look to the future and really ask a question, where are we going from here? And finally, excuse me, this event will be about anticipating change and preparing for the future. We'll consider how critical artificial intelligence, digital platforms, and innovation are shaping the world of work, and challenge ourselves to craft policies that help us young South Africans thrive in a rapidly changing economy. So this is what, if anything, this is what we want to understand. First, get the evidence and data. Secondly, try to get the evidence that we've gathered and the data to diagnose and put the policy perspective into it. And lastly, be able to look ahead and ask ourselves, where to from here? How do you and I leave this room with a renewed commitment to helping our government and helping ourselves to fight the scourge of unemployment, youth unemployment, that is. So let's make the most of the next few days, share ideas, challenge assumptions, and work together to unlock real solutions for South Africa's youth. This is our chance, of course, to turn evidence into action and shape a future where every young person can find opportunity. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to GTAC 2026 Public Economic Conference. And for that, please, the conference is open. Give it a big round of applause. Someone to do the actual opening and formalities of the conference is the head of GTAC. Most of you may not, she may not be a stranger to you, but some will be meeting her for the very first time. She does this every year when we gather here to set the scene and welcome every guest that is with us here. Ladies and gentlemen, she's here to give us an opening welcome. Please put your hands together for the head of GTAC, Ronette Angela. Thank you, Ronette.
So, is the speaker on? My first word is to say welcome. Welcome to all of you that are here, all of you that are here in the venue with us. We're going to be seeing a lot of each other over the next 3 days. But also welcome to those that have registered online. We have over 900 people that have registered for this conference online. And as you will hear during the course of this conference, it's from many, many countries internationally, civil servants here in South Africa, academics, NGOs, and of course, a number of students. So you are most welcome to join us in this 3 days of work. We look forward to hearing from you as much as I hope you look forward to hearing from our esteemed speakers. But let me sketch a little bit of background to say to you that 10 years ago, in 2016, GTAC embarked on what was then a modest but ambitious initiative. The aim was to strengthen graduate training and research in public economics and public policy through capacity building, research and a bursary program. The idea was simple: to invest in young economists, policymakers and public servants who would help to shape the future of South Africa. A decade later, where we are now, it's remarkable to reflect on how far that vision has come. What began as the Public Economics and Public Policy Capacity Building Initiative, championed by my ex-boss, Andrew Donaldson, this has now evolved into one of GTAC's flagship programs. Today, we gather here for the 9th Public Economics Conference, bringing together students, academics, researchers, policymakers and practitioners from across the country and internationally. Perhaps the greatest success of the initiative is not the conferences we have hosted, but the people whose careers we have helped to launch. Between 2016 and 2019, with the support of donor fundings from Global Affairs Canada, the program funded 20 students to complete their master's degrees in economics and provided opportunities for those graduates to gain practical experience through a 2-year internship at National Treasury. This year, we invited those bursars back, and last night many of them joined the 70 students attending this year's event, creating an opportunity for current and former participants to connect and share experiences and reflect on their professional journeys. And I do think it was beautiful to hear some of the people speaking last night. I hope you share that with me. Indeed, it was a reminder that the investment in people matter. Of the 20 bursars, 11 remain in the National Treasury family space. Others have gone on to contribute at the Competition Commission, the Development Bank of South Africa, Investec, Standard Bank, and University of the Witwatersrand. Their careers are a testament to what can happen when talented young people are given the opportunities to learn, to grow, and to contribute. Over the years, each conference has focused on a different public policy challenge. We have explored topics such as tax design for inclusive growth, education economics, the impact of COVID-19, infrastructure investment, and the growing role of technology and data in policymaking. Although the themes have changed, the underlying question remained the same. How do we grow the economy while expanding opportunities and improving the lives of South Africans? When this initiative was launched a decade ago, its purpose was to invest in young economists and public servants. It's therefore fitting that 10 years later, we are gathered to discuss one of the most important challenges facing South Africa's young people. The choice of youth employment as this year's theme was therefore not accidental. South Africa's unemployment challenge remains one of the most significant barriers to inclusive growth and social progress. While unemployment affects households and communities across the country, it's young people who continue to bear the greatest burden. Too many young South Africans are unable to find a pathway into meaningful economic participation. Despite improvements in educational attainments and substantial public investment in programs aimed at supporting employment. At the same time, the youth unemployment is not a challenge that can only be understood through statistics alone. It raises important questions about the nature of the economy, its ability to create jobs, the effectiveness of our institutions, and whether our policy responses are aligned with the realities of the market. This year's conference has therefore been deliberately designed to move beyond simple explanation and easy answers. That is not what we ever do in Treasury, I'd like to say. The Treasury family. We begin with evidence and measurement of unemployment, examine the broader economic conditions that influence employment outcomes, and then turn to programs and interventions aimed at improving opportunities for young people. This year's theme, Counting the Crisis, Data, Evidence and Solutions for Youth Unemployment in South Africa, reflects our belief that good policy starts with good understanding of the problem. Before we debate solutions, before we jump to that, we need to understand the nature of the challenge. Over the next 3 days, we will explore what the data tells us, what they may be missing, how the economy creates jobs, and what evidence exists on the programs and interventions designed to support employment. As we begin this conference, I'd like to encourage all delegates, particularly our students and young professionals in the room and online, to participate actively, engage with the speakers, ask the difficult questions, and learn from each other. The challenge we face are complex, but so too is the talent, experience, and commitment gathered in this room. We are delighted to welcome you to the 2026 Public Economics Conference, and I wish you 3 days of stimulating discussion and engagement. Thank you. I'm now going to move on to the first part of our agenda, to the first part of our program today, and to welcome in a virtual way the Minister of Finance. So it's my great honor to introduce the Minister of Finance. While the Minister is unable to join us in person today, he has taken the time to prepare a special recorded message for this conference. As the steward of our nation's fiscal policy and a key voice in shaping economic growth, investment, and sustainable development, the Minister plays a pivotal role in guiding South Africa through both challenges and opportunities in an evolving global economy. His leadership and insights continue to inform important conversations about prosperity, inclusion, and economic resilience. Please join me in virtually welcoming the Minister of Finance through his pre-recorded message. We are privileged to hear his reflections and vision for the future of our country. Honored guests, the Minister will be speaking. Thanks.
All right, the minister will be coming on our screen shortly, but in the meantime, let's get a sense. Those that have received the slips, did you guys receive your slips? The quotations. I'm gonna be very selfish here, and see the lady in white there. I can see you down there. You're looking back, and I'm looking at you. She's shy. Someone please go to her with the mic, and let's get a sense if she got her quotations. Where are the roving mics? Please give her a mic. Please quickly give her a mic before we go to the minister. There. She's looking away. There you go. That's the one. Yeah. Please read the quote to us and tell us what does it mean to you as you are attending this conference today. Introduce yourself, of course, who you are, the institution. Stand up so everyone. Please give her a round of applause. It looks beautiful. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. My name is Andisiwe Ncube. I'm from University Walter Sisulu. I'm a third-year student in BCom Economics. So the quotation I got is, change accelerates when data meets determination. So what I understand from the quotation I got is that we need to find the evidence and the data so that when we come up with the solutions and the policies to the solution, especially with unemployment, what we're here for is that it backs up and also we get to solve the solution with the evidence that we get from the data we have collected.
Wow, thank you so much, Ncube. Please give her a round of applause. All right, that's how she does it. She broke the ice. She's now comfortable. One thing I can promise you, she'll be asking questions throughout the conference because she knows how nice it is to be on the mic, right? Okay, let's hear it from our Minister of Finance. A round of applause once again.
Acting Head of GTAC, Director General of National Treasury, the Commissioner and the leadership of South African Revenue Services, the Statistician General and leadership of State SA, Professor Michael Sachs, Advisor to the President, Professor Harun Burad, our key speaker, leaders from universities and research institutions, representatives of the ILO and other international organizations, business leaders, civil society partners, public servants, and most importantly, the postgraduate students who are participating in this conference. Good morning. I regret that I'm not able to join you in person, but I did not want this conference to proceed without adding my own words of welcome, because the theme you are discussing goes to the heart of South Africa's economic and social challenge. I want to welcome the 150 participants gathered in the room and the more than 500 participants joining online. Your presence matters. It tells us that youth unemployment is not a concern from one department, one institution, one sector, or one profession. It is a national challenge and it requires a national response. The theme of this year's conference, Counting the Crisis, Data, Evidence, and Solution for Youth Unemployment in South Africa, is both timely and urgent. For one, this year marks 50 years since the Soweto uprising of 1976. Back then, young people fought for their right to dignity and full participation in the economy and public life. We would do well to remember their sacrifice and honor their bravery by thinking seriously about unemployment amongst young people. It reminds us of three important things. First, that we must be honest about the scale of the crisis. Second, that we must pursue a holistic understanding of the challenge of unemployment, meaning that the figure must be held in the same people and lives behind them. Thirdly, the theme compels us to move beyond describing the problem and express our concern to evidence, to implementing solutions-driven evidence. The numbers are stark. South Africa's official unemployment rate remains about 30%. Among young people, the position is more severe. For those aged between 15 to 24 who are in the labor force, the unemployment rate is around 6 and 7 in every 10. For those aged 25 to 34, it's around 4 in every 10. A significant share of young people are neither in employment, education, nor training. We must, however, be careful. Data should not produce fatalism. Data must produce better decisions. If we count the crisis only to repeat how serious it is, then we have not done enough. We must count what works, what does not work, what is being reached, who is being missed, and what the fiscal cost is, what can be scaled, and what should be redesigned. That is why this conference is important. South Africa will not defeat youth unemployment at scale without faster, inclusive economic growth. But growth will not happen by itself. It requires reform. Reforms require implementation. Implementation requires capable institutions. And capable institutions require credible public finances, good data, accountability, and discipline. It was with this in mind that I would like you to approach the next 3 days of debate, conversation, and problem solving. Allow me to say a particular word to the student participating in this conference. You are not here only to listen to older people discussing your future. You are here because South Africa needs your intellect, your discipline, and your honesty. We need your young economists, data scientists, public managers, social scientists, engineers, researchers, and practitioners who can combine empathy with evidence. We need people who can look at spreadsheets and still see human beings. Do not accept an easy answers. Do not accept slogans from government, business, from your university professors, or the leaders of NGOs. Instead, continue to ask hard questions. Ask what works. Ask who benefits. Question what the trade-offs are and what the evidence is saying, and what must change in the state, in firms, in universities, in communities, and in the way we use public money. But also come to the table with solutions. South Africa needs a generation that can move from critiquing the situation to providing solution. The same message goes to all of the other participants, the public servant, business leaders, and civil society partners. Use this platform to forge a way forward, genuine way forward. As I conclude, I want to thank GTAC for convening this conference and for continuing to create space for serious public economics work. I also think that National Treasury, SARS, State SA, our university partners, the ILO and other international organizations, business representatives, civil society organizations, and all speakers and facilitators. I especially acknowledge Professor Harun Burat for delivering the keynote address and Professor Michael Sachs for his continued contribution to economic policy thinking in South Africa. I thank you.
That, ladies and gentlemen, was the Minister of Finance of South Africa, Minister Enoch Godongwana Umadiba, giving us a welcoming address. So now you know that everything is good to go. You can relax. The GTAC head has welcomed us. The minister has welcomed us. So we can relax, breathe, and participate. Also, it goes to you as well, that's those that are joining us online. The scene has been set. We are good to go. If you look on the left hand, we have, some would confuse him for a guy we used to know as Zapiro, who was a controversial political cartoonist who would draw showers and stuff and mail in Guardian. This Carlos is not that. Carlos is just putting everything together as we converse, and at the end of the day, he'll decipher everything we're discussing in a graphic form, the best way he does how to do so. Right, sticking to the subject of the media, the next speaker, excuse me, that I'm going to call on stage. Here's a funny story. And at the time, Professor Michael Sachs was my boss, and Dr. Duncan Peterson was in the head of the ALM, Asset and Liability Management. So when we produce a budget at the National Treasury, we would used to do a media scanning to check what are the media saying, what we should anticipate, for us to prepare what we call a Q&A that will give to the minister, Michael, Duncan, and everyone for them to respond to the media. On the top of our list, every time we had to read critique about the National Treasury, there was a lady called Hilary Joffe, and was giving us headache every time we read. She would want us to go in a specific direction before the budget, and we would say, no, we're going our own direction. She would write pieces that she would, from a Business Times at the time. And lo and behold, as a fate would have it, Hilary decided, if you can't beat them, let me join them. And Hilary today is our editor-in-chief at the National Treasury. She is with the Office of the Accountant General, responsible for all the editorial work and the crisp communication that you do receive from the Treasury. And she'll be giving us, facilitating a session and in conversation with the South African finance family, introducing to us, she will introduce Dr. Duncan Peters, the Director General of the National Treasury, as well as Dr. Johnston Makubu, the Commissioner of the South African Revenue Service. She'll do those introductions to us now. But for now, please put your hands together and let's all welcome Hilary Joffe. Thank you, Hilary. All the best.
Could I call up our panelists? Commissioner SARS, Johnson Makubu, and the DG of the National Treasury, Duncan Peterson.
Got me there. It's fine.
Actually, you take this one. And
Yeah? Oh,
Yeah, I'll
in
stand.
the middle.
I'm going to sit in the middle. Yes, when people ask what I do at the Treasury, I tell them that I've moved from writing about the budget to helping to write the budget. So it's been a real privilege, actually, to be allowed to be on the inside. And I don't think I was such a critic. Not enough, probably. But welcome, everyone, to this opening panel with the leadership of the finance family, the National Treasury Director General Duncan Peterson, who is, in fact, my boss. I got promoted to the Accountant General's office, but I'm, in fact, in the Director General's office, and Johnson Makubu, who is the new Commissioner of SARS, quite new, and a particular welcome to you, Johnson, because you took over at the helm of SARS only on the 1st of May, so this, I expect, is your first public economics conference.
Sure.
I hope it will be the first of many.
Thank you.
The conference, as you know, is designed to take us from evidence to policy to address youth unemployment, and the focus of this first day is on the data, what it reveals, what it tells us, what it doesn't tell us. And there can be no better way to start the day than with these two institutions, which sit on some of the richest data sets in the country. So in this session, we ask first, what is that data and how is it managed? And then we look at the role of data and research, on the one hand, in economic policy making and evidence and solutions to do with jobs and youth unemployment. And on the other hand, at how data is used within these two institutions to make them more efficient and more effective. The Commissioner has asked that we start with the video about SARS, for I think all the potential taxpayers out there, which you postgraduate and undergraduate students are. So if we could start with a commercial break, and then we'll get straight into it. Yes?
Greetings everyone at the GTAC Public Economic Conference 2026. I am Pulse, the SARS internal AI assistant, enabling more than 14,500 members of Team SARS. Across SARS, I help colleagues work faster with trusted information, research support, and practical digital assistance. Today, I want to share one practical example of how SARS uses extensive big data to improve tax administration. A strong example is SARS Auto Assessment. Before filing season begins, SARS receives data from employers, banks, medical schemes, retirement funds, and other third-party providers. SARS then data mines, validates, matches, and analyzes this data to identify taxpayers whose information is complete enough for an automatic assessment. Where the information is reliable, SARS calculates the assessment and notifies the taxpayer digitally of their assessment outcome. If the taxpayer agrees, there is nothing more to do. And if they want to update the assessment, they can use e-filing or the SARS Mobi app. This is data working for the public good. SARS processes more than 320 million third-party records to reduce effort for taxpayers, improve accuracy, speed up refunds, and focus attention on cases that need review. In the 2025 filing season, SARS processed 5.8 million auto assessments, with 12 billion rand in refunds paid within 72 hours. That's money back into the economy faster, supporting household spending and growing our SA economy. This shows how trusted data, digital platforms, analytics, and AI can help government deliver better service, strengthen compliance, and build public trust. It is now my privilege to introduce the SARS Commissioner, who will share more about SARS' increased and expanded use of data.
Thank you.
Thank you to the bot. But I'm in fact going to start with Duncan, if I may. And I'm hoping to leave some time for questions at the end from inside and online. But Duncan, let's start by talking about the data. What is it? What are those data sets, or some of them, that you have within the National Treasury, and how are they managed? And what light do they throw on issues of the economy and job creation?
Thank you, Hilary. Good morning, everyone. It's lovely to be here. When I joined the Treasury in 2013, I joined in the Economic Policy Division, and one of the first projects I got to work on was a project to establish a data lab and to bring in different data sets that we can use for research and policy making. And at that stage, the first partner we had was actually SARS, and we worked in the early years quite closely with Johnson with the Commission in his previous role. And we started looking at what value there is in the administrative data that we collect, especially the tax data, for research purposes. Now, admin data is data that we collect in our normal course of doing business as government. We don't collect it for research, we collect it because it's part of our administrative function. But over time, governments have realized that there's actually a lot of value in there. So in the case of the tax records, we have individual tax data of individual taxpayers. We have firm-level data from firms through their company income tax records, their VAT records, and so on. And those data sets have been anonymized and cleaned and have been transformed into panel data sets that we can use in order to get insights about policy making, about the economy. Your second question, you asked, well, what insights can we glean from those data sets? So you can imagine you are able to get a picture of individual taxpayers, their characteristics, their incomes, and so on, as I said, fully anonymized over time, as well as companies. So on the firm side, you are able to assess things like firm level productivity and how that changes over time and what the interactions are between the productivity of firms and the employees who work at those firms, because you also have individual level data. You can also assess what are the impacts of policy changes or tax incentives on the behavior of firms to inform better policy making. I think it was Andiswa made the point about if you don't have the right kind of data, you can't produce the right evidence to inform policy making. So the insights are very rich, they're very varied, they are accessible to researchers, the data that is, and it forms the basis for a lot of the policy work that we do.
Commissioner, can I turn to you from the tax admin side? How do you manage that data, but also how do you use it within SARS to make SARS work better, as it were?
Thank you. I think Duncan, DG, spared us the pains of early days in terms of how this data ultimately gets into the lab at National Treasury. I just thought I would touch on that because it's very important that the information that moves from tax administration through to the Treasury does so in a very secure manner.
In the olden days, we used to run around with disks and memory sticks to transfer the data, and increasingly today, we've got safe transfer protocols that we use for files, and it's almost seamless via secure channels to ensure that the data that comes through is going through a channel that is secure. So whoever then gets to use that data on the other end gets it as frequent as they ought to get it. But I think what is important also is to ensure that before the data is transferred, there's a lot of scraping that must take place, because the reliability of the data that ends up at the data center, data lab, is very important to drive the research that then happens and the policy decisions that get made. For us, within the tax administration, this data is also very useful. Of course, we don't anonymize it because we need to enforce. The data helps us to be able to pick up areas of non-compliance, so compliance gaps at firm level, at individual level, across product lines. And we are able, for instance, to be able to pick up by enriching the data with other third-party data sources. Earlier on, it was mentioned that we get 320 million data records from the other third parties to enrich the data. That allows, as I say, primarily for us to deal with non-compliance in the system and drive the ethos of voluntary compliance. And increasingly, when tax-paying citizens know that the tax administration has got access to all types of data, it assists with driving compliance. Let me also add that it helps us to assess whether the policy decisions that we have taken are truly manifesting on the ground in terms of either domestic resource mobilization, enhancing the revenues, and or if it's incentives, that it is driving the right behavior. So we are able to come back to our colleagues in Treasury tax policy to say, the data that we see on the ground is not driving the policy interventions or intentions that we wanted to see. We are looking, for instance, at such things as SDL, skills development levy as it comes in, and we want to understand whether the intentions that were intended through the product are being fulfilled through the likes of job creation. Incentive tax, employee tax incentive, we look at that with real data to say, is it being abused? Is it meeting the intention that it was intended for? So data for us is the lifeblood of the tax administration. Without data, we cannot be able to drive many of the programs that we do.
Duncan, let me run with this. How do you in the National Treasury use data? Can you give us a couple of examples of spending and revenue decisions and efficiencies which have been driven by data?
Yeah, so perhaps let me use two examples building on the point that the Commissioner has just made. In 2017, we made a decision to increase the personal income tax rate of the top bracket from 41% to 45%. We were then able, subsequent to that decision, to use the data that we have in the lab to assess whether that decision actually met our policy goals, in particular in terms of the revenue that we were trying to create. And what we realized was that actually that decision to increase the marginal top rate from 41 to 45% actually resulted in a lot less revenue than the fiscal authority, than the National Treasury expected. And that is because at those income levels, those individuals are able to change their behavior, adjust what they do in order to pay less tax. And that gives us insights into the kinds of changes that can and won't be effective when you are targeting certain groups of taxpayers. And without the data, that kind of assessment would not be possible, and that was one of the first research papers that came out of the data lab. Beyond the data lab, of course, there are other data sets that we sit on as well. I'll just give one example of a data set called PEC, which is the payroll data that we have. And we believe that there's a lot of potential both to modernize that system and also to use it more effectively. We are using the PESAL data now to do a national audit of ghost workers. So we go through the PESAL data and we flag high-risk cases. So these are government employees that are getting anomalous PESAL payments into their accounts, multiple IDs that are linked to a single payment, or cases where we cannot verify these government employees properly in the national population register, which sits with the Department of Home Affairs. Once we've identified those high-risk cases, we are now going through a biometric verification exercise, where each government employee that's been flagged as high risk goes onto a link, verifies their biometric credentials, and then on the basis of verified biometric credentials and additional information that we collect, we can establish whether this government employee is in fact a genuine employee or is in fact a ghost worker. So the power of data, I think, is quite important. What's left for us to do now is to modernize the PESAL system, which is the process we are currently undertaking. And we are ending the first year of a multi-year modernization process of that system so that we can do ghost worker audits in real time, all the time, as opposed to this manual process that relies on people having to verify biometric credentials online.
Let me stay with you for a minute, Duncan, and talk about what are the innovations and reforms, or some of them, that you're looking at to enhance fiscal sustainability?
Well, let me maybe stick to the spending side. I spoke about the modernization of PESAL. I think one of the big reforms over the next few years is the modernization of our data systems in order to allow us to do the kind of public finance verification, assessments of efficiency of spending and so on. And that's work that's underway, not just in PESAL, but in some of the other systems that we run. So that's the one area of issues. We are also introducing new systems. So the Chief Data Analytics Officer at the National Treasury, Dr. Ayanda Shratwayo, is doing a project called the Mzansi Exchange, which is a data exchange that will allow government departments to share information with each other. So you've got the National Population Register that sits with Home Affairs, you've got tax data that sits with SARS, you've got procurement data that sits with the National Treasury, but we don't have a single interface by which we can exchange information and verify information. And the data exchange will allow us, for example, to see, are government employees doing business with the state? Are social grant beneficiaries are they registered, for example, as also being in employment or paying UIF? And being able to cross-check those data sets will really enhance our public finance function and make sure that the scarce resources that we are spending are actually being spent effectively and efficiently. There are some other reforms that we're working on, but I'm sure we'll get into some of those in the Q&A.
Commissioner, coming back to you, some examples of how you've used data-driven research to enhance your own operations, but also bring it back to our theme. I mean, why does that matter for the economy or for job creation?
Sure. So I think, in general, we think that the biggest reform within tax administration thinking, and this is validated by conversations 2 weeks ago that I had with our colleagues globally at the FTA of the OECD, is about how do we drive domestic resource mobilization as a core theme. Because if we're going to deal with issues of youth unemployment, we need to ensure that there is self-sustenance that is created through enhanced resource mobilization domestically. And therefore, from a tax administration point of view, we are looking at outputs of research to say, what do we do better to make sure that we mobilize resources much better? Give an example. We're just working with the Treasury now to start to deal with entities that are doing business with the state, but are sitting in my debtors list on an ongoing basis. We've got about 44 billion rands that we are owed by people that are doing business with the state. And the Treasury has been kind enough to say on a weekly basis, we will trigger you to know who we're paying. And increasingly, that information will feed into the data lab to say, how do we change behavior when we exchange this information? Do we increase voluntary compliance, or do we trigger other forms of non-compliance or changes that are adverse to the fiscal framework? So just one piece of work that we've been able to do to say the payment side of the expenditure leg of the framework feeding into the tax part seamlessly is starting to drive behavior that allows us to pick up, one, those that should be VAT registered, for instance, that are not, but also to start to say, are you declaring in your VAT 201s, in your VAT returns, at the level that you should? And increasingly then, we may come to a point of saying, is the position we should be taking from a policy point of view that of withholding some of the VAT outputs, and at what point? Because we've seen in other geographies and jurisdictions that there's a position that they've taken. But we need the evidence from some of the work that we're doing currently, just in exchanging data, to say, does it change behavior? Is issues of withholding or split payments on the output side of the VAT equation going to be enough to drive compliance so that the vehicles, the Range Rovers, are not bought with money that is supposed to come back into the fiscal framework? So these are some of the, especially by those that do business with the state. So these are some of the reforms that can only be enabled by exchange of data, by visibility of what's happening on the expenditure side and the tax side, and pulling that together to be able then to drive better domestic resource mobilization. We are going to soon be starting to get exchange of information from the crypto assets perspective. And again, that will help us because we know that once that data is available, it will help us to understand what policy positions should we be taking to counter illicit financial flows that are currently being perpetuated through the use of digital assets, including crypto assets. So these are things that from our side will help us to prevent leakages in the fiscal framework from a tax point of view, but also will assist us to ensure that we augment what we are able to collect from the activities that are happening in the economy, thereby deal with such concepts as the tax gap that we are grappling with within the tax administration.
Your predecessor, Commissioner, spoke of an 800 billion of unpaid taxes, some of which is that tax gap, the gap between what is legally owed and what is actually collected. Can you narrow that gap?
Look, I think we can. I mean, I choose to deal with 400 billion odd that we have demonstrated through top-down economic modeling in terms of the tax gap. The other portion is just our balance sheet that we are not able to collect in terms of debts that are owed. But let's talk about the 400 billion odd. In there, I think the work we've done with the IMF tells us that we've got about 198 billion rands that is due to VAT, so the VAT tax gap. When we talk about such issues as e-invoicing, e-reporting, as a reform that we may want to, over time, tap into as we modernize VAT, it is evidence elsewhere that by modernizing your VAT system and introducing such concepts as e-reporting and e-invoicing, you are able to create visibility at the point of sale to then narrow down what that gap becomes. I think in my tenure, I'm much more focused on how do we accelerate VAT modernization, because that's where, in my assessment, the biggest gap sits. And again, if we're going to dent and speak to the issue of domestic resource mobilization, we need to close that gap. I believe we can. The second gap that I'm concerned about is a gap due to accessible products. And I think we can, again, leverage technology as far as track and trace technologies that we can introduce into the ecosystem Again, speaking to others like the HMRC, we know that it is possible to close the accessible products gap by leveraging technology such as track and trace in a systemic approach. So I think the tax gap issue is going to take us some time. We have seen that it's not something that you can close over a year, but you need to start. You need to start the work in a structured way that is based on evidence, and that's why we are looking to SA Tide and Uniwider and the work that we are doing with the Treasury to ensure that our stance on how we close the tax gap, first how we quantify it, and therefore how we close it, is evidence-based. Because we can't just pull numbers in the air. The numbers must be based on hardcore research that we have done that gives us the evidence of where we need to focus first within an environment where we've got very limited resources. So the smart use of resources is going to be based on the evidence that we've been able to collect. And the Data Lab is starting to assist us to start to think about quantification of the tax gap, but also what interventions do we then put in place to close the tax gap.
So from resource mobilization to what we do with those resources, and Duncan, let me bring the conversation now back to issues of growth and employment. How do you balance the need for growth and employment with the need for sustainable public finances? And how do you make those decisions? How do you make decisions about allocations given the data that you have?
Yeah, so look, I think the evidence tells us that an economy that grows is an economy that creates jobs. We saw that in the mid-2000s when we were growing at over 5%, and we were creating jobs that not only absorbed everyone that was coming into the labor market, but we created jobs above what was actually required at the time, and I'm sure Haroon will speak a little bit about that. So an economy that grows is an economy that creates jobs, and our challenge has been that our growth of our economy has been for many years now less than our population growth. And so on a per capita basis, the income that is shared between South Africans has become smaller and smaller. And so from our point of view, we see sustainable public finances as being the major necessary condition for growth. It's not the only thing that will get an economy to grow, but without stable, sustainable public finances, your chances of growing are going to be very, very difficult. And that's because it's very difficult for businesses to invest in an environment where the government is not managing its own finances sustainably. They don't know whether that government's going to increase taxes. They don't know whether the debt is sustainable. And so the long-term decisions that you need to make in order to invest in a country are very difficult to make when public finances are not managed effectively. And so over the last few years, our focus has been on how do we turn the corner, as it were, in terms of the management of public finances. And our main objective has been to make sure that our revenue, supported by the administrative gains by SARS, is greater than our non-interest expenditure. And that's something called a primary balance. And if revenue is greater than non-interest expenditure, you have a primary surplus. We have had a primary surplus for the last 3 years. And the last time before that the government had a primary surplus was in 2008, 2009. So that tells you for how long we've been struggling to get public finances back into shape. Now, once you have a sustainable system of public finances, the question then becomes, well, how do you grow the economy? Now that you've created the environment for businesses to invest and to take risk, how do you grow the economy? And from our perspective, there are two main levers here, which again, I'm sure we'll get into the discussion. The one is investment in infrastructure. We have a massive infrastructure deficit in our country, whether it's our transmission infrastructure, our port infrastructure, our rail infrastructure, commuter rail, signaling requirements and rolling stock. our infrastructure for water reticulation, electricity distribution. There's a massive investment requirement that is needed there, and we have to think about ways to unlock that. And we can talk later about the different steps that the government's currently taking to make sure that we can do that. The other part of it is about what we've called structural reforms, which we are driving through Operation Vulindlela, which is about how do you remove the binding constraints on growth in an economy. An economy can't grow without cheap and reliable electricity. So one of the major structural reforms that we're undertaking at the moment is a reform of the electricity market, the unbundling of the state-owned monopoly, creating competition in that space so that you have private businesses who can co-invest with government and bring electricity prices down over time to the benefit of consumers and businesses. And there are a range of other structural reforms that we are undertaking. So in our view, the basic condition for higher growth and therefore higher employment is the sustainable management of public finances, and beyond that, the implementation of structural reforms and a ruthless focus on infrastructure as a driver of growth will get us well beyond the 1% where we are currently stuck to the 3 to 5% where we need to be.
I'm going to ask each of you one last quick question before we open to questions from the audience. You have 70 students here in the room and a few hundred more online. If there was a research topic, if there was one research topic you wanted them to tackle, what would it be?
Well, I'm not sure I can give them a research topic, but what I will say is this. If you go on the SA Tide website, which is a partnership between Treasury, SARS, and UNU wider, you will find access there to all of the data sets that are housed in the data lab at the National Treasury, and you'll have access to some of the research that's come out of this program over the last number of years. And that will give them at least a sense of the data that's available and some of the interesting questions that's been answered and asked over the years that'll hopefully give them a sense of the kinds of issues that they could look into. I should also say that we've just opened the National Treasury's bursary window, and we also allow external students to apply for bursaries at the National Treasury. The window opened on the 1st of July. So those of you who are looking for bursary support for your postgraduate studies, please have a look at that and we will encourage you to apply.
Commissioner?
Yeah, maybe...
these students,
sure.
One project you'd love them to do.
The taxman always wants more, so let me give two. I think I agree with Duncan in terms of going into the base. I think for the theme we are trying to deal with, I'd be very keen to understand from a research point of view, if we collect in excess of 25 billion rands in skills development levy, how is it driving down youth unemployment through better skilling? Because again, there's a skills mismatch somewhere. Technical skills are not available at the rate that the economy may be looking for. So what is this 25 billion rands buying us if 80% of it goes to cities and 20% goes into the National Skills Fund? Important area, I think, out of self-interest, I would suggest that some people here may want to look into that. Secondly, I'm kept awake at night by the informal economy. And to unpack the nuances in terms of contribution of the informal economy into the tax system, for me, would be another area that is important. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. I'm going to go first to Vusi, who has taken for a couple of online questions. Are you ready with them, Vusi, or shall I go to the floor?
Thank you, Hilary. Look, there's one question that is specific to Dr. Duncan, and Anonymous asks whether Dr. Petersen can please provide some examples where we had jobless growth in some of the economic industries in South Africa.
I think what I'll do is I'll take 2-3 questions and then we can each pick up on them, if that works. Could I have a quick show of hands from the floor? I have someone, I have many hands. And I think the person with the microphone is probably going to do some of the allocation decisions here.
Thank
over
you
there.
so much.
And then we'll come forward to this lady in the front with the glasses.
Do I need to introduce myself first?
Please introduce yourself when you're
Right, thank you.
where you're from.
It's Marius from University of the Western Cape, and my question is directed to Dr. Duncan. He mentioned the decision that was taken to increase the percentage from 41% to 45% of the tax for the upper bracket, and that it led to the behavioral change and in a negative way. So my question is how easy it is to reverse that decision, or what would inform the decision to perhaps redirect that policy, or to change how you implemented that policy to ensure that that behavioral change is dealt with. Thank you.
Could we bring the mic forward at this table over here? The lady with glasses. Please introduce yourself.
Morning, my name is Zanele Jauke from the South African Reserve Bank. I have 4 questions.
Oh, please, could you choose just one? Thanks.
I can choose 2 cause one each.
Okay.
At the beginning, we saw, his name is Pulse, the robot. Yeah, Pulse was talking about a couple of things, but what stood out for me is the auto-assessment, talking about completeness of data, accuracy. So my question is, how, when you say, when we talk of accuracy, what informs accuracy in SARS? When you say data is complete, what informs that completeness in SARS data, and how accurate is the auto-assessment process? And then, these are interesting questions.
I'm going to give someone else a chance.
No, the other one is
hand,
to the...
There's another hand at your... sorry. Just because we really are running out of time, and I don't want to derail the conference right at the beginning.
On the administrative data set, can we have a unique identifier that allows us to map businesses across from, say, IPC, Reserve Bank, National Treasury Status A? It's difficult to consolidate data and identify these companies. Can we consider a unique identifier for companies specifically?
Okay. And let me come over to this side of... I'm going to go somewhere... Yeah, okay. Over here.
Thank you so much. Firstly, thank you to the panelists for an interesting discussion. I'm Bonani from Nelson Mandela University. I would just like to find out from the DG what I want to know is what strides is National Treasury making to institutionalize and operationalize fiscal rules? And to the Commissioner, what strides is SARS making to collect data from the informal economy, which they can then translate into evidence and then policy making? That's all. Thank you.
Vusi, anything quick? One maybe from online?
From online, again, anonymous. I'm getting worried about the anonymous. Would like to know you're also online, what your name is, maybe the institution. But anyway, Hilary, the question again to Dr. Duncan is, does manufacturing industry have the potential to grow at 3% plus in future and contribute to job creation? Does manufacturing industry have any potential to grow at 3% plus in the future and contribute to job creation?
DG, if you can tackle quite a range of questions there, and then we'll give you the last word after that.
Okay, let me start, and I'll do them in reverse order. When you get a question from someone who's anonymous, you always get a little bit concerned. But these are fair and I think good questions. So let me start with the last one. And I would suggest, I see Professor Borat has joined us now. You should pick his brain on this as well, because he's someone that has thought about this question of manufacturing and its potential contribution to growth quite a bit, as well as this issue of jobless growth. But let me make this point. Our manufacturing sector in South Africa is dominated by 4 major sectors: automotives, petrochemicals, food and beverages, and there's a 4th one which Arun will remind me of. And those are the 4 sectors that dominate our manufacturing sector. And the realities are that all of those sectors are increasingly becoming less and less labor intensive. So if you look at the research of people like Professor Roderick at Harvard and others, they will tell you, they argue at least, that manufacturing, because of China's dominance and because of the role of technology in creating lower and lower employment intensity in manufacturing, it doesn't offer the kind of job-rich growth opportunities for countries like South Africa that it may have 10, 15, 20 years ago. There are certainly sectors, moving now to the first question about jobless growth or job-rich growth. There are certainly sectors in South Africa where we know the employment intensity of those sectors are very high, and they offer opportunities for job-rich growth. And some of these sectors are sectors where we have a natural advantage. Tourism is an obvious example of this. Many of the services sectors are still quite employment intensive. The construction sector has one of the highest employment multipliers and so on. So part of the question, the sort of industrial policy, economic policy question for South Africa, and for you to ask Professor Borat later, is how should we calibrate our industrial and our economic policy in order to take advantage of those opportunities for job-rich growth that we still have in this country. On fiscal rules, we made a commitment to announce the outcome of our technical work on fiscal anchors at the time of the MTBPS in October. We've published our technical paper. You can find it on our website. We're going through a public consultation process, and we will announce the outcomes of that. And our view is that a fiscal anchor is going to be very important to embed the turnaround in the sustainability of public finances that we've achieved over the last few years. In terms of the unique identifier for companies, I'm sure the Commissioner can add on that. What I can say is that within the lab, you are able to track companies across different data sets. The question is, how do we then enable that across other data sets, some of which we don't have in the lab? Finally, a quick point on the 41 to 45%, and how do we reverse that decision? Now, the challenge with tax policy decisions in general is that because tax policy decisions are tied to a revenue number and the generation of revenue, when you change that tax policy decision, you have to run a few different kinds of assessments. The one is you have to say, if I change this decision, what impact will it have on the revenue outcomes for government? And you need to have a sense of how much that is, quite accurately so, because the next question then becomes, well, how do I offset that revenue loss if I think that changing this policy decision is the right thing to do? So if there's a revenue loss associated with the changing of a tax rate, for example, you then have to say, is there the opportunity to introduce a new tax measure to offset that revenue loss? Or can I decrease expenditure somewhere in the fiscal framework in order to ensure that it does not lead to imbalances in the fiscal framework? Or alternatively, if your evidence and your data tells you that changing this will actually generate a different kind of economic activity or economic outcomes that can compensate for the revenue loss, then that is something you can consider. So our tax policy team works very closely with the colleagues at SARS to run the kind of modeling and generate the evidence so that for every tax decision we make, whether it's a new decision or a reversal of a previous decision, we have a very good sense of what that means for revenue and therefore what that means for the fiscal framework and the fiscal balances. And that then goes into a proposal to Cabinet and to Parliament for their ultimate consideration, because that's where the responsibility to pass tax laws actually lies.
Thank you. And the last word, Commissioner.
Sure. Two questions that came up. I think we are working across government with a number of other agencies to make sure that we come up with a unique digital identifier first for natural persons and progressively for juristic persons. So that work is underway, and you can be sure that it will start to filter into the public domain going forward. And I think the DG is correct in saying we can, at this stage, triangulate companies from company registration numbers to VAT and other type of identifiers. But I think the point is valid in terms of saying, can't we just have one identifier for companies, as it were? I think the informal economy and data collection, there's a number of things we are doing. Most in the informal economy utilize devices to accept payments. We are starting to get information. If you go into any market, informal market, you still, by virtue of the fact that we still have those vendors that are worried about holding cash, they have devices that they utilize for you to be able to transact. We are getting that information. It's starting to give us a sense of what's happening in that space. But the biggest problem is that the informal economy tends to work on cash in the main. So how do you tap into that? Again, the Reserve Bank is helping us with a national payment system that is aimed at two things: financial inclusion as well as reducing the cash in the system, so that we are able to get a sense. But we're also working with the Department of Small Businesses to ensure that we start to tap into the informal economy as we move forward. Auto assessment, the data is as accurate as the source that gives it, and therefore we rank sources of data. There are data sets that we only pre-populate but don't use for auto assessment to make sure that the data that we utilize is accurate, and the completeness of the data depends on the complexity of the subject to whom that data relates to. Therefore, we've started with simple taxpayers, and increasingly we'll move to those that are complex. We've left out those that are complex taxpayers simply because you cannot complete a full view so that you are accurate of their income and expense that accrues to them. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you to both of our panelists and to the engagements from the audience. I'm sorry we couldn't take more of your questions, but you will have lots of opportunities in the next couple of days. I think we've ranged over a rich set of topics and given you some sense of the richness of the data that is available and how it is used to drive efficiencies within government and how it could be used more effectively to make good policy. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you so much, Hilary. Thank you,
Dr.
Peterse, and thank you, Dr. Makubu, for a wonderful panel and doses of information that you've shared with us. Please give them a round of applause once again. Right. We saw a few questions still coming online. We apologize we couldn't take them, but please keep them coming. By the way, also here in the audience, you can feel free to send those questions online if you are somewhere shy to orally share your question. You can just type in a Slido and we'll be able to filter your question and pass them through to our panelists. By the way, we're going to go to a quick almost a break, but we're going to go for a tea break at 10. It was supposed to be at 10, so we should be back by 10:30 at 10. And then we go to our keynote address, which will be taken off by Prof. Borat, who's going to be our keynote speaker. Remember, we are not coming back here at 10:30. We are starting at 10:30. So when this sound comes, there's a gentleman that you'll be hearing somewhere. You have your coffee. They'll give us a bit of a sound now. Please make your way. And 10:30 sharply, we start. Tea, coffees, and everything are being served outside. Restrooms you've been directed to them. Please enjoy yourself. See you at 10:30.
Ladies and gentlemen, may I have your attention, please? The event will be starting shortly. We kindly ask all delegates to make their way back to the conference room and take their seats. We appreciate your cooperation and look forward to an engaging and productive session ahead. Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. Welcome back, everybody. Please, let's settle down. Welcome back to the GTAC Public Economics Conference 2026. Who's having a great time so far? Let me just see by show of hands who's having a great time. Awesome stuff. So we're moving right along with our conference, and please do remember to post any of the content that you take here on social media. Please tag us on X, Facebook, use the hashtag GTACPEC, and just put your content up there. I just want to credit Luluto. Where's Luluto? Is she here? She posted on LinkedIn and used the GTAC PEC, hashtag GTAC PEC, and posted the conference. Listen to what Luduto has said here. She said, happening now, hashtag GTAC PEC in South Africa, Pretoria. Young and present, no debate takes place about young people without young people. So where's Luluto? Is she here? Yay! There's Luluto there at the back. Let's give her a round of applause. Yes, yes, yes. So please do post all your content on social media so that we can see, and other people as well online and on YouTube can also see what is happening. Ladies and gentlemen, we're moving right along with our program, and we are going to have a keynote address from Prof. Harun Borat, who is a Director Development Policy Research Unit at DPRU at the University of Cape Town. So please, ladies and gentlemen, please help me welcome Professor Harun Borat.
Thank you very, very much. I was chatting to the CEO of GTAC this morning, and you'll see where I'm going with this. The theme, the fun theme for this presentation is about age, and Renette and I settled on the idea that if you're a student, you're actually part of the children group for us, and if you're in the 40s, you were still young, right? Because we see ourselves as part of the old group. And it struck me in sort of preparing this presentation, and some of you may have heard some of these ideas before, that part of the challenge of doing this work over and over again is that you get into a path dependency of thinking about a certain problem in a particular way, and that's the path that you're on, when in fact, sometimes you need creative destruction. Sometimes you need a completely different, and in my view, very obvious way of thinking about a really old problem. And that's really the focus of what I'll try and do today, which is to take you a little bit on a journey, and an intellectual journey, hopefully, on why I think we have been approaching the problem of excessive, and we being researchers, all of us included, approaching the problem of excessive unemployment from the wrong angles or thinking about it in the wrong way. Just to sort of lay out some of the caveats, this is not to say that this is the only way to think about unemployment. This is not to say that other ways in which one can think about unemployment and the challenge of unemployment and the challenge of job creation can only be resolved by this method that I'm proposing. But I think it's an underappreciated aspect of how we have been approaching the challenge of unemployment. So, and again, advanced apologies for those of you who have seen parts of this, but I'm going to still try and make it a little bit interesting. If you've seen the presentation before. I want to do three things, right? And the mic guy said I can walk around, so that's much more fun for me. I want to try and do three things. One is, the first main thing actually is to give you the sense of why I think there's an empirical smoking gun, that we've been missing right staring in front of us. The problem of unemployment has been about things that we look at in the traditional neoclassical model of about unemployment, but in fact that's not where the main reason for our excessive unemployment lies. And I want to show you the mental model, and then take you through the barriers to formal sector employment. So there's a little bit of a unclear outline because you need to hear the smoking gun first, and then talk to what I think are the massive exogenous constraints facing informal sector expansion in the South African context, and then hopefully, if there's time, suggest what I call supply-side policies of a different type, and essentially a good type for thinking about the informal economy. Okay, so hopefully you're suitably confused by now, right, as students. This is a graphic you've seen time and time again, right? It's almost boringly familiar, which is, I've just taken one aspect, which is the distribution of unemployment rates across the spatial barriers, the spatial locations in South Africa. You can take any estimate, right? You can take gender-based unemployment, national rates, you can take race-based, and so on. The one thing that's really interesting is that even if you take location-based unemployment rates, so when I trialed this presentation at Cornell, They even asked me if that 17.89% was correct, because that's the lowest district level unemployment rate in the country. And that's probably higher than most other middle income country samples. So even our lowest unemployment rate is one of the highest in the middle income country sample. So let's be very, very clear, right? What we are trying to explain is not unemployment rate in South Africa, it's trying to explain inordinately excessive unemployment rates. So you need a different way to think about unemployment rates, right? There has to be an alternative model, and that's what I want to start you with in terms of the empirical smoking gun. And this is where, and so the age theme is that it's taken me 30 years to figure out the most obvious thing staring in front of me. I think it was Einstein who said that things should be simple enough, but just not too simple, right? So, and this is the empirical smoking gun. We have the highest unemployment rate. I've given you 10 emerging markets, and I've given you the unemployment rate distribution here. We on the right, 34%. Thailand, Malaysia, between 1% and 4%. And I can extend that to 97. I think I've got about 100 emerging markets or middle-income countries in my sample, and it still looks the same. It's this long bar graph, and South Africa is on the right, still the highest. So, right, at 34%, we're way above any other middle-income country. But here's the problem, or here's the window into thinking about the problem differently, is that at the same time, we have the lowest rates of informality in the sample of emerging markets, middle-income countries, or whatever, right? That's the empirical smoking gun, right? And it's the empirical smoking gun if I reaffirm it in the following way, right? So maybe if I go back, because we have students, right? So that's what I said. It's most of you are children, right? So you between 20 and 30. That's the children analogy. So I want you to write the following down. The average emerging market, and no cheaters, if you've heard it before, don't tell the person next to you. The average emerging market ratio of wage employed to informally employed to unemployed is 45, 45, 10. So for the ChatGPT generation, write that down. 45, 45, 10. Write that down. Wage employed to informally employed to unemployed. That's the average emerging market, labor market segmentation model, right? For every 100 people in the average emerging market, average middle income country, there are 45 people in wage employment, 45 in the informal economy, and 10 in unemployment. Now, I want you to guess what South Africa's ratios look like. Put down the first number that you think South Africa's at, and no Googling, right? And let's stop there. Is it more or less than 45? Less. Who says less? Let's just trial this. Maybe you've got it all figured out. Who says more? Okay, most of you are very, very shy, so you don't want to say anything. So it's actually more, right? South Africa's wage, right, to total employment ratio, if you like, is 50 out of 100 people in the South African labor market are in wage employment. Not 45, 50, right? So by extension, you don't really, on average, relative to other emerging markets, you don't have a wage employment challenge. How do other emerging markets close their labor market? Well, they close their labor market by this 45-10. They happen to have 10 people in unemployment because 45 of that 100 people looking for employment find employment or economic activity in the informal economy. And so by extension, South Africa's, as you know, right, the unemployment rate's 34, therefore only 16 out of 100 people, that data you see down there, are actually in informal employment. We are unable to close our labor market not through traditional, that's my instinct, not through traditional mechanisms such as formal employment, but we're unable to close our labor market, in other words, reduce our unemployment rates because we've got too few people in the informal economy. It's the most obtuse outcome, and the reason you get that obtuse outcome is because we have a very unusual history. I mean, that's, for me, the only sort of tangible explanation I can give. So that's my smoking gun, right? That's enough to get me going, because now I'm worried that we've thought about unemployment the wrong way. Unemployment's not necessarily a wage employment issue, it's about an informal economy issue. So now, and I sent these slides last night to Marie, and these two were inserted because I didn't know if I should put it in, and then I took it out, and then I put it in. So let me go with it, right? So here's the mental framework that's really important, because if you're thinking as students or young researchers, this is how you need to think about it. This is the puzzle. The average Harris-Todaro-Lewis model says the labor market clears because the informal economy is a free entry and exit sector. That's what it is, right? That's how we've set up every single model from the Lewis model through to Harris-Todaro, right? So there's zero barriers to entry and exit, right? So shouldn't developing country unemployment rates be near zero? And therefore, that unemployment rate that you see for 10% or below is some sort of natural rate of unemployment, because everybody's finding stuff to do in the informal economy. Okay, so keep that in mind. I now need a few things to work with. In general, you can think of labor market segmentation working in the following way. You can think of formal unemployment rates, where the urban educated search for formal sector wage jobs, because they don't want to work in the informal economy. So all of you guys don't want to go and sell millies, you want a formal job, right? If you can't find a formal job, that gets expressed as formal sector unemployment rates, but it's unobservable, right? You can think of that as queuing models in the public sector and so on, right? You see that in North African labor markets. The urban and rural less educated, so rural workers or the less educated, don't care where they work, but if they can't find economic activity, it yields unemployment rates that are called informal unemployment rates, also unobservable. You with me so far? Nod. If you don't have to say anything, you can just nod, right? If you're confused, just shout. Total unemployment rates, which you can see down over there, is therefore the two unobservables, formal unemployment rate and informal unemployment rates. Now, I promise you this is the only real maths that we take care of. If I draw a distribution of unemployment rates in the emerging market sample, I can back out Z-scores. That's all that equation is there, right? And I can find high Z-score unemployment rates. So I can find, and the head of the jobs fund is frowning at me. She's like, what are you going on about? So think of a distribution and think of the dot on the far right, that's South Africa, right? This outlier unemployment rate. So you've got very high Z-scores. But I've set up this mental model where you're either formal unemployment or informal unemployment, right? And so out of that, I get to a really interesting space. And there's a formal mathematical model, which I won't go through here. But what you can do is you realize that if I have very, very high open unemployment rates, because that's all I observe, right? I don't see the formal and informal. I know it must be a function of very, very high barriers to formal employment, labor regulation, so the stuff that you know, right? Unions, high wages, employment elasticities, all of that, right, should explain unemployment rates if they're really, really high. Yes? You with me? I call them BF, not best friend, but barriers to formal employment, right? So if my UF, my formal unemployment rates are greater than the mean for the full sample, that's that outlier, that must be conditioned on the fact that the barriers to formal employment in my country are higher than the overall barriers on average. That's just another way of saying it must mean that we've got excessive labor regulation, very strong trade unions, yes? Very high or low employment elasticities and so on. Those things must be working really, really hard to raise the barriers to formal employment to yield high unemployment rates. But it's also possible that I've got high barriers to entry into the informal sector. And that's that same equation. I won't go through it now. I'm using up a lot of my time here. Here's my backdoor. This is my backdoor, and that's the purpose of the first part of the presentation. Is if I can show you that most of the barriers to formal employment, labor regulation, trade unions, are actually not excessively high for South Africa, I can't then use that as an explanation for our inordinately high and excessive unemployment rates. Does that make sense? Yes or no? Okay? That's a really important point. If you don't understand it, let me repeat it. My mental model requires, right, if I can show, right, that the barriers to formal employment, unions, labor regulation, right, are actually less or similar to average barriers that other countries, other middle-income countries face, right, then those barriers can't explain our excessively high unemployment rates. It must be something to do with informal sector barriers. Okay. And so then my journey begins. So now the purpose of the mental purpose is to say, well, let's look at those barriers. Let's assess those barriers to formal sector employment, and are they compelling enough? And this is the smoking gun. This is the thing that's been grappling, at least for 30 years I've been grappling with this idea, but I don't understand how we have such excessively high unemployment rates. Well, what about output employment elasticities? That's the first BEF, the first barrier we look at. It's not good enough, right? If you look at employment elasticities, cross-country evidence, right, for South Africa is the red dot. We've got about 100, it's based on our study with Harvard. It's a working paper, DPRU working paper. You find that over the periods, and for the full period 1990 to 2020, South Africa is not an outlier. Our output employment elasticities are very, very similar to other emerging markets. We're not particularly bad at generating jobs for a given percentage increase in growth rates. Right? That's your first, you need to prove to me, right? So you need to prove to me that excessively high unemployment rates are actually because we've got a very poor growth to employment conversion rate. We don't. It's about 0.14 here. You can look at different periods, but they're not unusually low, right? And you'll see this persistently, right, in sub-period analyses. So B1F, my first barrier, that's the classical explanation for overall unemployment rates, right, is actually in that equation, B1F is actually less than the average or equal to the emerging market average, right? So the elasticities in other emerging markets are similar. The second one is the one, again, I think I've wasted like 10 years of my life on this, right? Labor regulation. So I worked with Halton Cheadle, Paul Benjamin, all the lawyers, and we looked at labor regulation because that's where the textbook took you, right? That's where the neoclassical toolbox took you. Go and look at labor regulation. That's always going to be a problem. The IMF told us that. Anne Kruger came in and said, labor regulation's a problem. Okay, this is, the red dot is South Africa. These are the older World Bank's doing business surveys, and we looked at hiring difficulty, firing difficulty, hours rigidity, non-wage costs, and firing costs. All except one, do you find that South Africa is either at the same level, right, when you do the sort of indexed measure, at the same level as most emerging markets, or in fact even in low-income countries as well, or below. In fact, we have very, very low non-wage costs, pension, medical aid, right? Because those are not codified in labor regulation. You don't have to offer it, except if you're a lucky public sector worker, right? So non-wage costs are actually very low compared to average emerging markets. Same with firing costs, right? So what is it? If you fired, it's a week of every, severance pay is a week for every year you've worked or something. Some countries it's 6 months for every year you've worked. So our firing costs are actually quite low. And so labor regulation isn't really a binding barrier, right, that explains our inordinately high unemployment rate. So you can see, just my analogy to that analytical framework, because we've got a lot of students here, is this is my back door. So if you read Scott Cunningham, you know my backdoor route to trying to explain, because if all these barriers to formal, open unemployment rates are not compelling, then I've got to accept that informality or low informality is a key reason for high unemployment rates. So B2F is actually not compelling at all, and the evidence is overwhelming here. We've done this for different time periods, we've used different indices for the World Bank Doing Business survey, and it's comparable across countries. You cannot look at our labor regulatory environment and say, ha, this is what explains inordinately high unemployment rates. Now, the one that's a little bit more, gives a little bit more oxygen, if you like, to unemployment rates being elevated is the sort of mixture of wages and unions. And in my next slide, I'll deal with minimum wages, but let's just deal with wage formation and trade unions. So firstly, the trade union wage premium. So those of you who've done the sort of classic earnings function stuff, you'll know that the union wage premium, right, is the one that you look at to say, is it really, really high to explain strong unions and so on? Well, the data and the estimates are less compelling than you'd think, right? When you start controlling, and this is, I'm biased by my own work that I've done, when you start controlling for firm size, for sector, for non-wage benefits, right, firm size in particular, you find that the union wage premium, and public and private, the union wage premium falls to between 7 and 10%, which guess what? If you go by Richard Freeman's characterizations of union wage effects, it's about similar to most other similar developing countries. So middle income countries, the union wage effect is about between 7 and 10%. So we don't have, by the wage effect, very, very strong unions that are setting up these high barriers to entry and preventing the unemployed from taking jobs. It's not compelling enough. In fact, the work done in particular by the late Martin Wittenberg shows that a rising labor force participation rates in the early post-apartheid period, rather than wages and unions, actually are a key explanation for high unemployment rates. There's an excellent paper. Do yourself a favor and read Dieter van Fintel's paper, who shows that the real binding constraint that he sees operating for in terms of wages is for highly educated workers. So highly educated, high wage labor markets is where wages become an issue, maybe for public sector workers and so on. Fedeker argues, don't forget about market concentration. So for those of you who've worked in that area, an industrial organization, you'll know that we have highly concentrated output markets. And that also explains price and wage formation. So there's a little bit of evidence that wages and unions may explain some of the excessively high unemployment rates, but they're not compelling enough. At least they don't explain 34% unemployment rates. Minimum wages, again, spend half my life on this, right? Also show very little evidence, despite aggressive wage hiking, and we can see that in particular for agriculture, real wage hikes through the CPI plus model. I think the 40% violation of the minimum wage explains the lack of disemployment effects, but outside of agriculture, there's very little evidence, and you see all the literature to show that minimum wages are excessively high. They are at 50% of the median, but given 40% violation rates, you end up with very benign disemployment effects. So they don't explain sort of massive job losses in the first instance or open unemployment rates, because you've got these excessively high national minimum wages or in the past sectoral minimum wages. So we don't really have compelling information. So the final nail in the coffin for me is the following, right? Again, in our working paper, which is if you regress, right? If you take a cross-country regression, looking at labor market segmentation, where EIT is formal, informal, and the unemployed, you get actual and you get predicted, of course, right? So given your GDP per capita, what should be your predicted segmentation of workers, informal, informal, and the unemployed? You can see that, and not active, right? So not active is the yellow. One of interest for me is informally employed is blue, I think that is, and purple is formally employed. So what you want to do is say, what's the actual, which is the far left bar. So the model predicts, right? And what is the actual outcome? So what we find, right, is based on our GDP per capita, the blue, in simple terms, is bigger in the predicted than it is in the actual. And guess what the blue is? It's the informally employed. And so the cross-country regression suggests, in words, that given our GDP per capita, we actually have this idiosyncratic outcome of having too few people in the informal economy, given our GDP per capita. And we've got graphics to show this as well. When you do the cross-country distribution and you look at unemployment rates, we've got very high unemployment rates, but one of the lowest rates of informality as well. So we're a complete outlier in that context. It's very, very obvious. And so what does that mean? So our actual unemployment rate based on this data was 26% at the time, pre-COVID. If you take the predicted, given our GDP per capita, our unemployment rate, given that segmentation, should have been 7%, not 26%. Now note, the model does predict too few wage employed as well. So my simple sort of smoking gun gets me in, but not enough to confirm that we also don't have enough wage employed, which is my caveat, all right, before I go into the barriers. That this doesn't mean that the informal sector is the only game in town. It means that it's a big part of the explanation that we have not thought about in the context of our extraordinarily high unemployment rates. So, but where I land now, right, is a very, very strong evidence-based conclusion that those BFs, right, and I've gone through all of them, right, and the last one here was 4 barriers. We can think of others, we can go through them, right? Reservation wages, I thought of that last night, right? Often seen as a reason, that's the queuing model. Reservation wages are not, firstly, they really answered in the household surveys, but they're not seen as a really good explanation for our extraordinarily high unemployment rates. But as I go through B1, B2, B3, B4, right, none of those are compelling enough for me to explain why we have 34% unemployment rates. So I can safely conclude that, in fact, the reason we have these extraordinarily high unemployment rates is not to do with unions. Don't look at unions, don't look at labor regulation, etc., etc. The reason we have it is because we've got these massive barriers to informal sector economic activity. And so that then takes me to my second part of my presentation, in the 2 minutes I have left, although it says 17 minutes on the, and there's no chairs sort of stopping me, so this is good. I'm going to eat up more of my time, so we can have about 10 minutes for presentations. I'll run through this quickly. This is, I don't have comparative evidence. So what I really need is I need to show that the constraints to informal sector expansion are much higher for South Africa compared to other middle-income countries. I don't have that data. There's no World Bank doing business survey data set that I can compare. There are no sort of employment elasticities or wage premium. I can't do that, right? But what I can do is try and convince you, based on the evidence here, that we have these massively high barriers, and then seek some sort of anecdotal evidence. First anecdote, which is where the penny dropped for me with regards to this sort of research idea of mine. At a conference in in Delhi, and it was a university-based conference, and we got out of the university, and then there were thousands of informal traders trying to sell us everything and anything, right? From food through to fans, through to whatever, right? Thousands. Many of you have been to a developing country city, you've seen that. I get home and into my office, right, and I look outside my office and there's a parking lot, a UCT parking lot with cars, and there's nobody selling anything. And the reason they're not selling anything is this barrier here, which doesn't exist, and if it's codified in developing countries, not enforced, is you've got this phalanx of regulation embedded in the Businesses Act of 1991, despite the Constitution saying you have a free sort of entry and exit. The Constitution says you're free to trade wherever you want to. There's a famous case, right? But the Businesses Act regulates informal trade. It regulates it in terms of trading permits, fines and criminal offences. We have something called the this is the one I love, the National Building Regulations Act and the National Traffic Act. So if you've ever wondered why you don't see people trying to sell you stuff at the roadside like you do in Accra, it's because it's regulated. We have a regulation. And so the other anecdote I have is we've all grown up in Switzerland. You've gone to Model C schools and you've all sort of lived a life that looks like this, right? And we all want to be in Switzerland, right? And we want the regulations of Switzerland, which look like this. You can't sell stuff on the street. We impose it on the rest of the society. I'm happy to take that analogy further in the Q&A. And the mentality or the approach of the average policymaker is we need to regulate the informal sector. There's a Building Regulation Act which says certain premises can't have informal traders. They can't be located at street sides. They can't sell at road intersections. They'll be considered a traffic hazard, and so on and so forth. My best example is on the project we had one of our juniors try and become an informal trader in the city of Cape Town. So this is what you have to do, and if this doesn't sound like rules for Switzerland, then I don't know what does. If you want to sell, you in this room, you come to Cape Town and you say, you know what, I've got this great idea, I want to sell these products that I've made, earrings or jewelry or something, and I want to go and sell it in Camps Bay. No, you can't just go there. That's where some of the richest consumers in the world come to South Africa, they come to Camps Bay. Well, the first thing is you have to register online. So you have to have data. So if data is expensive, that's it, right? You have to register online. And it's all in English, of course, right? Secondly is you need IDs, proof of address, right? Photos of yourself and so on, right? It's like you're going on an overseas trip or something. The next step is you need to find a suitable trading bay that is advertised. And if you do get it, right, and you choose that trading bay, there's a scoring system that's thrown back at you to say whether you scored really high or really low. If you manage to get that, they interview you. How can that sounds like a job, right? So the model we have is a Switzerland model. The Switzerland model says you can't just have these people, right? These people coming in and out of our cities. It's a very class-based model, right? To sell stuff. No. They must come in, we regulate, we interview you, we check your status, what are you selling, and then we train you. And then you have to pay. So what you have is regulation for the formal sector applied to the informal economy. It pushes you from 16%, from the average, which is 45%, in the average developing country to 16%. That's what it does. The second barrier is the hardest, right, in terms of a policy solution. It's the spatial barrier. As you know, in most developing country cities, the rich live next to the poor, right? The favelas in Brazil are right on the edge of the city where the rich live. We don't have that. Our spatial apartheid means that the poor live far away from cities, right? And so the ability of the poor who are trying to access sustainable livelihoods from 30, 50 kilometers away into the cities is heavily constrained. And it's heavily reinforced, this constraint is reinforced by very high transport costs. And we know there's a lot of research on that, right? It's also transport usage. This is a great Harvard study on the percentage of households owning a motorcycle or a scooter. South Africa's right at the bottom, right? Again, the model we have is build formal infrastructure, highways into the city. It's a Switzerland model, right? The whole model of, it's a bigger conversation we can have about the model of development we have, which is very much about formal sector jobs and so on, and a large infrastructure that we want to build. So I would argue that this is a massive constraint, and let me speed up. The other, so we did some work, it's correlation, this is, it's not proper causality because we don't have all the bells and whistles and the diff and diff and the, all that running here. This was a simple correlation on an old paper that we did to say, what are the factors, this is FinScope data, what are the factors that caused employment creation to grow over a 12-month period amongst informal sector operators, right? So you'd think of the things that we always have in our toolbox, which is skills and networks and things like that. Amenities. One of the biggest effects was lockable storage, water, public toilets, electricity, waste removal, right? And we don't think of infrastructure requirements for the informal sector. We don't think of it that way. That's a supply side requirement, right? If our leading Stats SA person here decides he wants to leave Stats SA and he wants to go and start a business, he knows when he starts a business he's going to get electricity, he's going to get roads, and and he's going to get ports because he's going to export stuff and the ports function. That's infrastructure. We don't provide it to the informal economy. Evidence shows it's one of the biggest growth enhancers of employment in the informal economy. We don't provide it. We see them as a nuisance, right? Massive constraint. The other one, uniquely South African, is crime, right? You don't see this in other, there's a lot of evidence done by Paul Cicchello, again, 25 years ago, and more recent work we did showing that crime is a serious deterrent to informal sector startups, but also growth. I'm really worried that people are going to steal my stock, right? That's a real concern. Okay, there are all sorts of other constraints that we can talk about, but that led then, and again, it's a mushrooming project, so I'm welcome to take ideas, and we're still grappling with it, and if you think there's an RCT lurking there, there is, so that's the next stage, but you have to then start thinking about supply-side economics of a good type, right? And the broader conversation is moving away from poverty alleviation and economic inclusion and growth purely being seen as a household entry point, but seeing individuals in informal trade as firms. And so back to my point about how you can think about supply-side economics in terms of firms. What you have here is a firm support package matrix where the columns refer to firm size, from survivalist firms right through to large firms. I want to take you to infrastructure. When we think of infrastructure, we think of transport infrastructure, electricity, internet access for large firms. We think of ports, we think of roads, we think of rail, we think of the collapse of Transnet, all really important, right? All fundamental to growth. I'm not saying stop that, I'm not saying divert resources, absolutely critical. But in the rush to look at that, we forgot that infrastructure for own account workers or micro enterprises is about very expensive internet, it's about storage space to operate, it's about access to land, in other words, a small little piece, right, outside a formal operator in the city of Cape Town. Those are massive barriers, we don't provide them. It is easier for an individual in New York City to get a piece of infrastructure, namely a hot dog stand. Easier in New York City to get a hot dog stand and sell hot dogs in New York City than it is in any city in this country. We see that as a nuisance. We don't want the informal economy near us, and so we don't even think about infrastructure in that sense. That becomes supply-side economics. It's everything from finance to regulatory related constraints, which will differ. So regulation as a constraint for large firms may be around tax regulation. We heard Duncan speak about that this morning. But for the informal economy, it's not about formalizing them and taxes and so on. It's about building regulations. It's about zoning laws at the local government level. That's what needs to change. It's about trading licenses. Why are we charging them hawkers licenses that are higher than the SRD? It's madness. And so there's a three-part strategy. I won't go through it, but you can start thinking. Folding out of that are very clear sort of policy program around regulation, infrastructure, and fiscal support. So let me conclude by saying, hopefully you've seen the mental model operate, which is, if I can show you that the barriers to formal unemployment, if I can call it that, are not, or the barriers to formal economic activity are not that binding in terms of employment generation, unions, labor regulation, and so on, then our excessive unemployment rates must be a function of something else. And for me, I've yet to be convinced otherwise yet, right? That it is the extraordinary unemployment rate in this country has as its key determinant are inordinately low rates of informality. If you look at the country, and this is my final image I'll leave with you, if you drive through any city in South Africa, you've heard this before, it looks like Europe. Well, that's the problem. Shouldn't, right? Because what do other developing countries look like? They have large swathes of people in the informal economy, and we, for all sorts of reasons I've just identified, have far too few people in the informal sector. Okay, let me stop. Thanks very much.
Thank you so much, Prof, for that presentation, quite a clearing comparative analysis of where we are compared to the rest of the world, particularly the emerging markets. And I hope you can make sense of what Prof was talking about. And with that, we'll open up a Q&A if you have, typically we don't have questions for keynotes. Keynotes are mainly for you to digest and start thinking broadly. So just going to take a few questions, Prof, maybe one or two in line as well. We do have questions. And maybe to the mic can walk around the room here. But maybe to start off, there is one from Iman that came in online that asked you that in your presentation you did show the hiring difficulty that South Africa faces. Well, the hiring difficulty, but for South Africa, this was above countries. Why was this not a barrier, Prof? That is from Iman online. And we can take two questions in the room without any preference. The mic, you can go to whichever hand went up first or whichever you're comfortable with. Two questions and then we'll close it at that.
Hi there, Prof. Just a quick question, and this is more related to your paper itself. Your headline reform, or the most intuitively feasible one, is deregulation, dismantle the whole licensing and zoning edifice. But you also warn of a race to the bottom that killed exactly that in the early 90s when you had cities push back. So if the binding constraint is really municipal or city-level political economy rather than the laws themselves, is deregulation actually a lever that can be pulled? And then do, transport or zoning subsidies actually act as a proxy for that, given it's hard to deregulate?
Sure. Right. We're going to go to the second and last question. Keep it crisp and clear. You can choose the last one. But Prof, I understand, will still be with us, so you can, around the lunch, interact with him. He won't bite you. You can interact with him during break, and he can be able to answer any of the questions that you do have. The next question, please.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Prof, for the presentation. I have a question regarding running the CC regressions, right? And I heard you talking about the legislative constraints and others. I don't dispute any of that. What I want to understand is, have you done a study that determines whether the current trajectory of SMEs are able to create employment. So this is because, according to the National Development Plan, about 90% of the needed jobs, they said it's going to come from the MSMEs. So I want us to digest whether that's possible based on your statistical education calculations that you have made.
Sure.
Thank you, Prof.
Right. What institution are you from, and your name, please?
I'm Tuelo Pitiri. I've done a doctoral study on employment and entrepreneurship. I'm from the Nelson Mandela University.
Sure. Thank you, Prof. Those are the 3 questions to close off with. Thank you.
So the hiring difficulty, the online question, is principally a function of the transition to contract and part-time work. So what was happening is, with the rise of temporary employment service providers, what they call colloquially labor brokers. So what we did over the years, from I think from about 2000 onwards, is tighten up the regulations around part-time work and contracts and so on. So that's what the hiring difficulty picks up on, is the inability to roll over contracts indefinitely and so on. So I like the deregulation question because it allows me to expand on the policy option, right? So it's not a 0-1. And I think you're exactly right that embedded in the presentation is, which I didn't mention, is we did deregulate in 1992, I think it was. We deregulated. So the Business Registration Act took away all these constraints. Municipalities felt overwhelmed. I mean, I don't know what that means, felt overwhelmed. I don't know if it was a political economy decision or whatever. And so the walls came up. So we went back to Switzerland. So those, right, we're like, no, we can't do this. We're not Mumbai, right? We're not Sao Paulo. We're Switzerland. So we're going to put up all these walls. But there is a midway. So I think the idea that suddenly chaos will ensue if you remove all the regulations. Chaos, meaning in my terms, would actually be a good thing, right? But I think you probably will see an inability to cope with large hordes of small traders on beaches, in cities, and so on. And so what you can, though, do is have, as a starting point, change the mindset. That's the first thing. So we're not here to regulate. We're here to encourage SMME activity, and then the license provisioning that you saw for the City of Cape Town, remove all those sort of high barriers and at least increase the numbers of traders allowed into cities. Somewhere in between, where, if you like, as a community or as a South African top of the income distribution earners that you all are, you start thinking like development economists, and you look at us as being like any other developing country where there are lots of people selling you really interesting things and really bad things and really good things, and they're all small traders and they're all survivalists. We don't have that in the South African context. So it's a little bit of that transition through the Business Registration Act, which you can amend accordingly, and buy-in from SALGA and so on. So there's ways to think about that. And then the support on the infrastructure side, which then leads to the really great last question, which is, it's an output market point as well. So even formal registered businesses, right? Small businesses in the formal sense, also are dominated by large entities, large firms. And output market concentration is a problem even in the formal economy. So I think the extent to which the competition policy is doing its work, I mean, you see they're launching an investigation into franchise operators. That's precisely to think through how can small business owners be given more oxygen, right, to grow. I think that's a key part. So even in the formal economy, we're too concentrated, right? And so there's a clear growth path for SMMEs. Mine goes one step below that in the more sort of, if you like, developmental trajectory around employment generation. Unemployment is, I think, it's true for survivalist enterprises as well.
Sure. Right. Prof, thank you so much for the presentation. A round of applause for him, please. That is Prof. Harun Borat, who gave a keynote address. Thank you so much, Prof, once again. Very good nuggets of wisdom and data points. PhD students are in the house, so they'll take further those challenges and explore those comparatives that you provided. Maremo Mphahlele just reposted on my feed, has joined the fold by tweeting, not posting on LinkedIn there. So you too can be like Maremo Mphahlele, who I understand is in the house, as posted there on social media. And we gave him some reposting there. So you too can do so by using the hashtag GTAC PEC. Don't put 2026. It's just GTAC PEC. Then we'll be able to see those. The questions, we saw them. As I did say, Prof is still here. You can engage with him. Those that are online, we will also try to get those questions through to him. We apologize. We were a bit behind schedule. So moving further along, ladies and gents, we're going to have our next session, which will focus on measuring employment and informality. 3 views, surveys, panels, and administrative data. That will be facilitated by Dr. Amina Ibrahim. Dr. Amina Ibrahim will be introducing the panel that they'll be on the stage. And he's a research fellow at the UNU WIDER. Please put your hands together and let us all welcome Dr. Amina Ibrahim.
Thank you so much, Busi. And it's really great to be here at this conference and kickstart this session. And if I could ask our esteemed speakers to join me on stage as well, so I'm not here alone, Mr. Joe De Beer, Professor Vimal Ranchard, and Ms. Mamik Iliulu. So if I think about public economics, I think about it's fundamentally related to how governments raise revenue, how to allocate spending, and how to evaluate if a policy is working or not. But none of this is possible without data. So in our opening session with our DG and our CG, they gave us a kind of preview of what this looks like. And I believe this session really takes us a little bit deeper. So the question we want to ask in this session really is about how do we know what we know about the South African labor market? And as Vusi said, we have 3 presentations, some presentation about the official labor statistics, information about, or presentation about survey data, panel data, what this can tell us, and then lastly also, and not least, about administrative data. So let me start with our first speaker, Mr. Joe De Beer. Mr. De Beer is a Deputy Director General for Economic Statistics at Stats SA. And he insists I call him Joe, but what did Harun tell us earlier? There's youngers and elders, and we will stick to protocol, shall I say. Over to you.
Right. Thank you very much. Good morning to everybody that I haven't met yet. Thank you very much for the opportunity to tell you a little bit more about Stats SA and what it is that we do in the area of labor market statistics. It's also encouraging to have learned that there are so many students in the audience. So maybe I can, in a way, relate to students in the sense that none of us know what I'm going to say next. And the main reason for that is that I'm trained as a national accountant, and yet today I'm going to speak to you about labor statistics. So the hidden message there is, no matter what you study, 30 years later you're probably going to do a different job. Don't be discouraged. Just keep going. Good basis for what you will need. But let me kick off and see if I can get the technology to work. So let me maybe just start with a slide that talks a little bit about who Stats SA is, for those that are not acquainted. We exist because there's a Statistics Act that gives us the powers to collect statistics, keep it confidential, and a whole raft of other responsibilities. And we try to do our work based on two big frameworks. The first is called the African Charter of Statistics, and the second is the Fundamental Principles of Official Statistics. And if you make time to read through these, you will see that it sort of governs the ethics and the way that we should conduct ourselves, in the sense of adhering to international best practices, international methodologies. And I will revert back to that a little bit later in the slides, where we talked about changes that we've made to our labor statistics to try to measure the informality a bit better. It's in response to what globally happens with international standards and frameworks. As a point of reference, our current mid-year population estimates reckons that we are just over 63 million people in South Africa's population. That was the 2025 ones. And for context, if we look at the economy, economic growth has been quite anemic, if I can say, since COVID. That point was also highlighted by some of the earlier speakers that referenced the high growth rates that we had in the mid to late 2000s. We will also remind ourselves that the period of high economic growth was linked in the build-up to the Soccer World Cup. We had a lot of infrastructure development, the highway projects, the airports, all of these types of things. So there was a lot of infrastructure spending. We saw the dip with the global financial crisis, and then the last excessive dip there was obviously COVID, and then a base effect for the big economic growth. But subsequent to that, if we zoom in a little bit on quarterly numbers, we will see that it's very much an economy that is moving sideways. With here and there, we have a contraction on a quarterly basis. What makes this graph quite interesting is that every quarter when we release the GDP, we also have a press conference, and you get interviewed by radio stations and the like, and they would always want to have a nice soundbite about what really happened with the economy. But your problem is, if the economy grows at 0.5 and there were 10 different industries, half of them grew by 0.1 or by 0. So it's difficult to make an interesting soundbite out of the economy if really nothing is happening about it, compared to when you're growing at 2% or 2.5%. But that just as a side effect. So let me maybe focus a little bit more on the topic for today, and that is understanding labor market incomes. And I will preface this by saying that Stats SA has two different ways that we talk about labor statistics in general. We have a labor force survey, which we would go to 30,000 households in a panel type of approach, where we swap a third of the sample in and out, and we will ask households themselves directly whether they are employed, whether they're unemployed, and all these types of questions. Parallel to that, we have a survey called the Quarterly Employment Survey, which is a firm-based survey. And there we send questionnaires to a lot of different enterprises, and we will ask them information from the firm, how many people are working in your firm. And as we can expect, there are level differences between these two surveys because they come from a different approach. But that reinforces the fact that if you look at something as complex as the labor market, there are many different ways to look at the statistics. And it's important to look at all of them and develop a picture of the labor market rather than being married to a single point estimate that you have. With these being sample surveys, they all come with confidence limits, and we don't have a conference on statistics, but just keep that in mind. There are more than one way to try to measure an economic phenomenon. Having said that, this slide gives us a bit of a history of the Quarterly Labor Force Survey as it is known now. But before many of you in the audience were born, in 1994 we had something called the October Household Survey. Not a very imaginative name, but it was a household survey that we conducted every October. And the idea was to measure service delivery, and as part of that, we also asked questions on employment. After having done the OHS for a few years, we thought, well, maybe we should measure labor a little bit more frequently than just on an annual basis. So we introduced the labor force survey, which ran twice a year at the time, and it was a bit more focused on labor statistics than the October household survey. The OHS was then rebranded for those that are interested in service delivery into an instrument called the General Household Survey. So that measures more service delivery issues, and the LFS then focused on the labor market. And then in 2008, following the financial crisis, we introduced the LFS on a quarterly basis, and we started following international standards much more closely. And I will reflect to that a little bit later. Of importance for those two labor surveys is that the firm-based one, which I don't have slides on, the quarterly employment survey, that's a sample survey that is based on our business register, and our business register is informed by VAT registrations and VAT data from SARS. So we draw a sample from all businesses that we deem to be in the formal sector, formal being defined as those that are paying VAT, and that's the sample survey. The QLFS has the advantage, because it goes to households, that it also collects information from people that are not necessarily working in a formal business. And that's why the scope of that survey is a little bit larger. The QLFS sample is derived from a population census. So once you have a population census every 10 years, that allows you to draw what we call a master sample. So from the census results, the methodologist will develop a master sample from which all the household surveys are then sampled, so that can be representative, for example, on a provincial basis and the like. But let's move a little bit further into the guidelines that we find from the ILO, or in this case, the ICLS. So what happens in practice is global institutions have members from different national statistical offices, and they will debate what new economic phenomenon is happening, whether that's in the economy, whether it's in the labor market, and how do we need to adjust our framework, standards, and measurement to pick up on these things that are changing, and what is the best way to measure it. This is sometimes a very tedious process, because it takes a long time for all of us in the ONSs to agree on a definition. You get people from advanced economies, members of OECD, and then you have people from developing countries, or even countries that are in a much less developed state, trying to agree on a similar definition or a similar approach to measure something. And that's not always something that is easy. And once it gets agreed to, well, then you need to start introducing these changes to the survey. So I will be the first to admit that official statistics agencies are not as agile as what we think we should be. It takes us a long time to make changes to surveys. But the fact is, every 5 years, the ICLS comes out with a new set of recommendations. As an example here, we took in 2013, they updated the way we define work, employment, labor underutilization, 5 years later, work relationships, and more recently in 2023, how informal economy must be measured. And my colleagues that deal with labor statistics have now recently included these definitions into the quarterly labor force, and I will try to explain that a little bit better. So what is the components of the labor market? The new ILO definition says you're employed, that means 50 years and older, you worked for pay, profit, family gain, or you're temporarily absent during the reference week of the survey. Then, if you're not in the blue, the employed, it means you're unemployed. That is, you are without work, actively looking for work, and you could start in that week. If not, then we say you're outside the labor force. You're not employed or unemployed. So 1 and 2 gives us a labor force, 1, 2, and 3 gives us the working age population. Many times the picture works better than the words. So before we implemented the latest resolutions, the left-hand side of the slide shows that Stats SA viewed the working age as people 15 and older, which stayed the same. But we then disaggregated working age into labor force or not economically active. Those were the two options that we had. Within the labor force, you were employed or unemployed. Within the not economically active, you were discouraged. And very often people will then group the discouraged with the unemployed to give you the expanded definition of unemployment, or you were other not economically active. But now with the new ICL, it gives us a bit more scope to have more nuanced labor statistics. And we will all look forward to starting to do this type of analysis as the time series develops and gives us a few more data points. But it now introduces the idea of outside the labor force rather than not economically active, which now we can disaggregate that into a potential labor force or the others. And then the potential one is available but not seeking, or not available but seeking. Now this looks a little bit overwhelming when you start off with, but when we start putting numbers to it, it'll be a little bit more intuitive. This green square just highlights portions of the previous slide, but if we are able to group those together, it'll give us an idea of what labor underutilization is. So we need not always think just about I'm employed or I'm unemployed. I could be employed, but I'm underutilized. And that could be because I'm not working my 40 hours in a week, or maybe I've got an advanced degree in some field, but I might be having an occupation that does not require that. So I'm underemployed or underutilized from that perspective. Now let's put some numbers in. Quarter 1, 2026, working age population, 42.2 million, divided into the two sections. Labor force, 24.9, outside 17.3. Then if we follow the same schematic, employed was 16.8, unemployed 8.1, and now we can see time-related underemployment, 795,000 people. So they're employed, but not necessarily for a full week's worth of work. And on the right-hand side, we can now take the potential labor force that can be disaggregated into discouraged job seekers and the like. So a lot more details and nuances are becoming available in the time series for analysts like yourself to unpack. Just as a longer time frame, we can now map in the red squares the official unemployment rate, 32.7, 8.1 million, and we can also now plot the combined rate of unemployment and the potential labor force that sits obviously a bit higher than this. I will not go through each and every one of these numbers. You will receive the PowerPoints as well if you want to reflect on them. Let us think a little bit more in detail about the last ICLS resolution that we implemented, because that focuses on the informal economy that we know is a theme of the conference. So one of the big changes is definitional. Previously, we identified informal economy, also taking into account the size of the firm. If it was a very small firm, let's say 4 people or less working there, we would say, well, that's an informal one. But now the definitions have changed to only take into account whether the firm is registered or not. So the size is no longer a criterion that we use. And for informal employment, social insurance used to be a key criteria, but now we focus more on whether there's access to paid annual leave, paid sick leave, to give you an idea of this is more like a formal job that you have, but more regulated, although regulated is maybe not completely the correct word in this essence. This slide tries to compare the old and the new standard. You will see that the numbers at the bottom do not change that much. It's because from one quarter to the next, movements tend to be quite small, so the differences are just on the second decimal, if I can put it that way. The overall picture stays the same. Formal sector, 12.2, new definition, 12.1, 3.5 stays the same. But let me keep going and talk a little bit more about the youth, as that is a theme for today. If we use the same schematic, now the working age population, and we define youth as being 15 to 34, is 21 million, 10.3 in the labor force, 10.6 outside. Of the 10.3, we can see the split 5.6 and 4.7. Discouraged work seekers on the grey side towards the bottom, just 2 million. Now, 2 million out of the 3.9 were young people in the first quarter. But we can see, if you take the youth, it's nearly the same number as the adults, but 15 to 34 compared to 35 to 64. So that also has a picture by itself, if you start analyzing it that way. Again, focusing on the youth, the same slide as what we had previously, but this time just for the 15 to 34 year cohort. We can see that there's quite a large difference between the unemployment rates, whether you're older or whether you're part of the youth. This one breaks it up into more age cohorts. So if you're my age, you will see that the unemployment rate is 12.6%, absorption 38.9%. As we get to younger groups, 15 to 24, sitting with unemployment rate of 60.9%. And we can see that the pyramid goes bigger the younger that you become. Obviously, when you look at numbers, the more detailed you have it, the easier it is to understand it or to want to make a policy intervention. So we can unpack the numbers by province. And here we can see, if we compare unemployment rate with the labour force participation rate, there are huge differences across the provinces. It is not a single number that can define the country. You really need to look at the numbers for the province where you want to make specific interventions. Just look at the differences that we, for example, see on the left-hand side of this slide. The unemployment rate in Western Cape, 28.7. Labour force participation is 62. But the numbers are the other way around if we go to Northwest and the Eastern Cape, where the grey and the red changes their slides. A lot of the youth between 15 and 24 are, of course, busy with education or training, so we need to take into account. They might be willing to work, would be available if a job opportunity came up, but you're still at school. So you're not part there, so we also need to separate that are employed or in education and training, and we can see the numbers there. That one flattens out as the working population gets older because we tend to stop studying as we get older. Never stop learning, but you maybe stop studying formally. The overall rates, we can see the differences, 0.5 percentage point, but unless you're really an expert in labour statistics, as many of you are, it's really flat lines, those lines. So they're just horizontal. There's no real increase or decrease in those lines. Which industries can we assign this to? So for the youth, occupation or industry where they're most active, community and social services, then finance. Finance here is a bit of a misleading term. If you look at our industry classification, that sector or industry is actually called finance, financial intermediation, real estate and business services, which is more than 20% of the economy, but we tend to abbreviate it as finance in the slides and everybody thinks, oh, it's the banks. But it's not. It's all the business services that are included there. And what types of work do they do? It starts at the bottom. Elementary work, 25%, sales and services, which means that the youth typically will then be employed in those industries where you do not necessarily need very high academic skills or technical skills. You go for the skills that are elementary or in sales or clerical. We have another survey that runs as a two-parter with the quarterly labour force survey. So if in the QLFS you indicate that you are by your own admission in the informal sector, but you have a sideline business, we then say, okay, let us send you a follow-up questionnaire, which we call the survey of employers and self-employed, because you might have your own business, to give us an idea of what was previously called the informal sector and the economic contribution of that to the GDP, which is a little bit more in my space. So we conduct it every 4 years. It's fairly pricey to do these household surveys. So we do a follow-up questionnaire. And unfortunately, the last time we did this in 2023, we still had the old ICLS definitions, not the new ones. So we will look forward to the next iteration of the CSF, because then the informal sector and informal employment will be measured according to what the QLFS does now. At the moment, it's not strictly comparable. But it asked us, still has some information that is very relevant. So in this case, we ask questions that are running at least one business, but non-VAT registered. Because remember, we said if you registered for VAT, you will be in our sample for the firm-based survey. So all of these are non-VAT registered. And we ask, what's the reason for starting this informal business? And more than half, nearly, 60% said, well, I don't have an alternative income source. So I need to do something to earn money. Very few, maybe 10%, although it's the second most important, says I have the skills of this business. A couple were retrenched. The other categories stayed fairly similar. So 1.9 million South Africans did this in 2023, which is a huge increase from 1.5 million 10 years earlier. And now think back of the graph that we showed on the economic growth. If the economy is going sideways, but people still need to make a living, they're going to start doing more and more of their own thing to start earning the money. So this is not a surprising issue. Gender is also interesting to look at. It was mostly dominated by females in 2001 when we did the survey the first time. Maybe 2/3, 1/3, or was it about 60-40? But now the ratio swapped around a little bit. There might be a story behind that. If we do the comparisons over age, now we took it back to 2001 to 2023, whether it is middle-aged, 35 to 44, or slightly older. You can see the comparisons there, whether the activity here has declined or not. Keep in mind that over this 20-year period, you can also have people that were reported in 2001 in one of the age groups moving along the statistics. They stayed in it. Which industries did people do their own businesses? Mostly traders. Anecdotally, that makes sense because that is what you see. We see hawkers. The keynote speaker, Prof, made the point about how difficult it is to find your 5 square meters in Camps Bay to become a trader, but it's still the most popular activity. Maybe it's the easiest one, just buy and sell. Things that you can do. Community and social services increased a lot, 6.8% to 14.8%, nearly doubled. Included there will be personal services, which will be the hairdressers, people doing nails, this type of thing, which has a relatively low barrier of entry to provide that sort of a personal service. What was the assistance that these informal business owners required? Top of the reasons given was assistance with marketing, and that also increased the most over this 20-year period. Provision of an alternative site talks back to the previous study that was shown. People don't have space to do things, so the statistics at least backs that up. Finance is, I guess, always a bit of an issue. Government regulations came in relatively low. Maybe that's because people don't really know about the regulations, or that maybe don't care. They just go and do the business. 9 out of 10 did not have licenses, which maybe speaks to the previous point. People didn't rank government regulations as a key issue that they need support with because 9 out of 10 just said, okay, well, I'm just going to go on with this. Now, my last slide maybe just tries to link it to the policy angle of this 3-day conference, and that is, if you do not use the statistics that we have, and I'm not by any means saying that the surveys from Stats SA is beyond reproach. There are many different ways to unpack the labor market, but if you do not use any of these statistics, then you run the risk of just using anecdotes. You might be influenced in your policy formulation by power groups, people that have their own agendas to influence policy in a specific way. So I guess the key message is for this audience, when we think about solutions, make sure that you tie it to some sort of statistic to back you up, because then, as the chair of the session said, afterwards you'll be able to monitor the effectiveness of this policy intervention with monitoring evaluation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Mr. De Beer. Next up, our second speaker, Professor Vimal Ranchard. He's the director of the Southern Africa Labour and Development Research Unit at the University of Cape Town. The stage is yours.
Can I give you my mic?
Okay, I'll use this. Yeah? Thank you for having me, and thanks for inviting me to speak about NIDS and NIDS CRAM. I'm going to talk a little bit about it in the sense of the history of the project, and then end up with some of the cool research that has come out from it. Right. Okay, so as my colleague from StatsSA talked about, we have lots of data on labor markets. We have the QLFS, which has been running for about 20 years now. And before that, there was the LFS, and before that, there was the OHS. And these are incredible national statistics, right? NIDS is similar in that it's a survey. It's most similar to StatsSA's GHS in the sense that it has several modules, and it's not just a labor force survey. But it's not that different insofar as the data we designed the questionnaire alongside the best practices of the time, right? So I'm going to talk about what they are, and then particularly what makes it different, because it's a longitudinal data set or a panel data set. We've heard Haroon talk about these things. We've heard Duncan talk about it a little bit. And in particular, there's certain types of analyses that you can do with panel data which are impossible or very hard to do credibly with cross-sectional data. So just to clarify the terms, the QLFS, the QES, the OHSs, the LFSs, those are all cross-sectional data sets. And they do actually have a temporal structure in them. I might talk about that a little bit, but they're not designed as longitudinal data sets, right? Whereas NIDS from its inception was designed as a person-level panel data set. And I'm going to try to hopefully convince you that that enables you to do some cool things. All right, let's jump in. So longitudinal data sets, which are also called panel data, it's the same thing literally, is any data where the unit of observation or the object of interest that we're going to interview or gather data on is measured repeatedly over time, right? So as an analogy, think of a cross-section as a photograph and a panel study as a movie or a very slow-moving movie, yeah? And most of the time, and certainly for NIDS, it's true, our things are individuals or households because we're interested in socio-economic phenomena. But there are lots of other things that you could have, and for example, the QAS would often go back to the same firms because there'll be some entry and exit, but there'll be a lot of repeated firms. And so it has some element of a longitudinal component. And we're going to hear later on about the SARS-NT dataset, and that one will have a panel structure for firms and for individuals insofar as they appear repeatedly over years. Yeah? We can also do longitudinal studies on areas or administrative units like municipalities, provinces, countries, etc. And in particular, the way we actually do use it as labor economists, the StatsSA ones, both the GHS and the QLFS have what is called a dwelling level panel component, meaning it's a bit complicated, but the GHSs at several points go to the same dwellings, the same physical households, not necessarily the same family, the same address, right? And insofar as people have not moved, you can extract longitudinal data from there. Similarly with the QLFS, that one has a rotational panel design. It's all going to change. Someone else from StatsSA can tell us about the new designs. But the point is, there are overlapping panel structures in the QLFS. Okay. So NIDS, what is NIDS? NIDS is an acronym for the National Income Dynamic Study. We started it in 2008, where our data collection for wave 1 happened, and the last wave, there were 5 waves, happened in 2017. It was a project initiated by the presidency, and my research unit, SALRU, was the implementing entity. So the data, together with the accompanying documentation, is available from Data First at UCT. This is a fantastic data archive. For anyone who's thinking about doing an empirical thesis or research, they've curated pretty much all the publicly available data in the country. Well, except for the NT-SARS data, you have to come to Pretoria for that. So we had about 9,000 households with close to 30,000 respondents in wave 1. And it just grew and grew and grew because it's an individual panel. So unlike, for example, the QLFS panel or the GHS panel, in NIDS, if someone moves, like you grow up, you move to Joburg to get a job, or you get married and start your own family, we'll then follow both households, or both sets of people. And so over 5 waves, the NIDS sample grew almost exponentially. And that's something that is really unique to NIDS compared to the other sources of information. It also has information on demographics, health, education, labor markets, earnings, income, and then in some ways we added certain special modules. So for example, there's a wealth module in waves 2, 4, and 5. And so depending on what you're interested in, you need to go carefully through the questionnaires and figure out what you can do. But the other thing that's really valuable about NIDS is that because it's got this broad structure, you can ask questions about how people's labor market outcomes impact on their health. Right? The QLFS is very focused. It's a labor force survey, whereas this one allows you to think about things in a much more complex and interrelated manner. So NIDS-CRAM. NIDS-CRAM is an acronym for the National Income Dynamics Study, Coronavirus Rapid Mobile Study. So I had to Google what it meant, and I was one of the people who led it. So this is a fascinating micro-study or special study. What happened was, it was March of 2020, and we got that announcement that in a week's time, everyone's going to have to stay at home, and that's the end. Well, who knows for how long, right? Well, first it was 3 weeks, then it became 5 weeks, and nobody could go to work. And so a group of people, including from WITS, from Stellenbosch, from UCT SALRU, got together and designed a rapid study, which we did telephonically. That's what I say somewhere, CATI. CATI stands for Computer Assisted Telephonic Interviews. So it's very different in structure to the previous waves of NIDS, which for the most part were CAPI, where we went into people's households to talk to them. But because it was lockdown, you couldn't. It forced us rapidly to transition to a different medium of interview, and that does change a little bit what you can ask and also the types of responses you're likely to get. Yeah? But it was an incredibly valuable data set because it was a time when, nobody knew what was happening. We knew things were not going to be great. We knew things were changing rapidly, but we had no information. And certainly not information that was going to come with a high enough frequency to be useful. And so it was called NIDS-CRAM because we actually just drew, with permission from the presidency, we drew a sample out of the NIDS sample. Right? So the people in NIDS-CRAM are the same people from NIDS. It's a subset, though. We only got a much smaller subset. But you can link them back through the 5 waves of NIDS into NIDS-CRAM. And that allows you to do a lot more, again, in terms of kind of thinking of long-run trajectories and then what happened during the COVID era. Yeah? Okay, so I'm going to try to make the case why longitudinal data is sometimes much better than cross-sectional data. Not always, to be precise, but sometimes it does things you just can't do otherwise. So the first thing is that all longitudinal data can be analyzed in the same way that you analyze cross-sectional data. You can just kind of pretend that your wave is a cross-section and ignore the other waves and the temporal structures to it, right? And so you'll never lose anything by doing that. But there's 2 particular types of analyses which you can do with longitudinal data, which you can't do with cross-sectional data. The first is that you can look at dynamics. You can look at how people find jobs, how people lose jobs, which people find jobs. You can look at how the people who stayed longer in school eventually maybe get better jobs, which is one of the things Harun was talking about earlier. The other thing is there's a branch of econometrics which is called panel data methods, where you can sometimes correct for certain types of biases in your regression analyses using panel methods, which you can't do with a cross-section. You just can't do it. I'm not going to talk about the second one because we'd have to have a whole course on this. And also, I think the first one is probably more of a valuable thing when you're thinking of a lot of policy questions. So why do we want data? Let's just go back to that. We want data sometimes for planning purposes, because we need to know how many people there are, or how many people there are who need a grant, or how many people are in school, etc. And on the other side, sometimes we want to know whether what we've tried has worked or could be working better, or should we try something else, right? So policy evaluation. Those are two of the big things that you could do, which I'm imagining policymakers would find as a very useful thing. So I want to give a very, very simple example that will highlight, hopefully, the difference between the cross-sectional and the panel approach. So let's suppose I have a population of 100, right? And I'm thinking about the incidence of sickness. So in my population, I've got a hospital, and every week, 9 people get a flu, and 1 person gets COVID. Right? COVID is more severe. The people with the flu have to go to hospital for a week, and then they get discharged. The person with COVID goes to hospital for 2 weeks and then gets discharged. Okay? In the first week, I'll go to the hospital and I'll see there's 9 flu people and 1 COVID patient. In the second week, the first 9 flu patients have been discharged, but there's a new 9, because every week this is happening. There's 1 pre-existing COVID patient, because they're going to stay for 2 weeks. And there's 1 new COVID patient, right? Yeah? So the point is that from week 2 onwards, in steady state, I'm going to see that pattern. There'll always be a ratio of 9 flu patients to 2 COVID patients. 9 flu who came for a week, 1 new COVID patient, and 1 pre-existing COVID patient, right? And so my incidence, my rate of infection is 9 to 1 in my population, right? But my data, if I use the cross-section of the hospital, is going to be a ratio of 9 to 2. This is called duration bias in the econometric sense. And why would it be relevant? It just depends. If I'm the hospital manager and I'm thinking about beds and supplies and materials, then I should use the 9 to 2 ratio, because that's what I'm dealing with. Right? But if I'm thinking about a public health intervention that will, like a vaccine, which will slow down rates, then my planning should be on the 9 to 1 ratio. Right? So it depends on the question of interest and the types of policies that you might be thinking about. Yeah? So trying to make this story more relevant to labor markets, what we'll find is that a lot of labor market policies and interventions are about flows. They're about job finding rates. How do we help young people find jobs? How do we help people not lose jobs? How do we find stable jobs instead of precarious jobs, right? And the dynamics are the important thing, first of all, in the sense that the policies are targeting dynamics. So if you think of your employment tax incentive, that's designed to help people find their first jobs, or at least young people find their jobs, right? But the second thing is, some policies will take so long before we can make a call if we just look at the levels rather than the flows. The flows are fast, they're sensitive. But the levels, it can be a very slow moving process before you'll be able to see the levels are not moving the way we wanted them to. Right? So the temporal speed with which you can make an evaluative call and correct or adjust or go bigger if necessary, it's just more sensitive on the flows. right? And for example, this is just a hypothetical, but there are questions about this when we're thinking of informal sectors. Is the informal sector a stepping stone? Does it facilitate the acquisition of skills and expertise and social networks that help you get better, more stable jobs? Or is it a sinkhole? Is it the type of thing that once you do that, that's what you're going to be doing? And you could even have, you can have scenarios where it can be an intergenerational place. Like people start that and that's a family business and it becomes, that's where they stay. So that's an important question, right? It's kind of a big deal even when you think of the type of stuff Haruna is talking about when you're thinking, on the other hand, of the dynamic welfare implications. And you really wouldn't be able to see that in a cross-section because a cross-section is just going to tell you the percentages, the percentage in informal, the percentage in formal, the percentage unemployed. All right, so I want to just share a few examples and very simply because there's lots of research and I also think there's lots more that can and should be done using this data. So this is by Miracle Benhura and Prudence Maheo from WITS. And they were part of the NIDSCRAM team. It was, like I said, a group of us that did all this work. But they focused specifically on what happened to workers in the formal sector and the informal sector. Because if you recall, we had the hard lockdowns for about 5 weeks. Like people weren't allowed to leave their homes, which meant that a lot of the street trader people and a lot of service sector, informal sector, service workers in the informal sector weren't allowed to go to work, right? And then slowly the regulations relaxed, and then we got the stage 5 or 4 or 3, etc. But what they wanted to look at was by sector, informal sector or formal sector, what happened to the wage distribution, okay? And the blue line is the wave 1. Wave 1 was April 2020. I'm sorry, I didn't copy everything, but wave 1 is April 2020, and the dashed orange line is July. So it's a short span of time, yeah? And what happened between wave 1 and wave 2 is we saw in both distributions, the wage distribution just shrinks. And that's because a lot of people were not working or went into unemployment, yeah? Or they had to work fewer hours. But what you can hopefully visually see, and I did share the paper where they're far more thorough and precise about things. What you can see visually is that the gap between the blue and the orange is much, much bigger in the informal sector than for formal sector workers. And this was something that a few people had established with time, that informal sector workers were far more precarious to lockdowns, right? They bore a disproportionate brunt. So informal sector workers on average earn much less to begin with, but then they also took bigger percentage-wise declines in their wages during COVID. And you wouldn't be able to see this without longitudinal data. The second one is also on the informal sector. It's by Mike Rogan, who's at Rhodes, and Carolyn Skinner at UCT. And they also did a similar paper, well, in the sense that they were asking what happened to informal sector workers, and specifically, though, they were interested in gender differentials in the informal sector. Right, so this text is very small. I need to be careful so I don't fall off the stage. But yeah, they're asking, what is the percentage drop in hours worked conditional on being in informal sector employment during COVID, right? And there's 3 categories here: self-employed, employees in informal sector enterprises, and casual workers. And what you found was that employees had a 10 percentage point decline, but self-employed workers, which are the ones who Harun was mostly talking about earlier, have a more than 50% decline in hours worked during the COVID period. And the same was true for casual workers, they're at 50%. So there was significant heterogeneity in the impact of COVID and the lockdowns on different types of informal workers. The other thing which they focus on is gender differences. And this bar is women, and this bar is men. And the men, all of them who were employed in the informal sector to begin with, right? So you're conditioning on informal sector employment. The men have a 25 percentage point decline. And the women have an almost 50%, it's 48.6%. So women were twice, or experienced a decline in hours that was twice, in proportion terms what the men experienced. And so these are really interesting, important distributional issues, right? When you've got these big shocks, and also you're thinking what happened after that was one of the things that came out exposed was the SRD, right? This was a motivating factor that you had lots of people who were under extreme duress. And it's worth thinking about these distributional things, but again, we wouldn't have been able to do it without longitudinal data. This is the last slide, and it's just self-promotion. It's by my colleague Cecil Macheni and myself, and we were looking at youth unemployment and youth flows across different labor market states. And now we're thinking of NIDS Wave 1, 2, and 3, right? So it's an old paper. Why I wanted to include it is because, well, we can see, first of all, if we just look by rural and urban, we'll see, and we started, okay, let me explain, sorry. We started with youth aged 16 to 20 in Wave 1. And we just asked the empirical question, what were they doing, or where were they in Wave 2 and Wave 3? So Wave 1 was 2008, Wave 2 was 2010, 2011, and then the next one was, I think, 2013. Yeah? So as they age out of the schooling system and enter into the labor market, right? And we find that, for example, the employment rate for rural youth as they go into Wave 2 and Wave 3, it goes up, and it's quite similar, actually. Rural youth and urban youth have a 20% employment rate after 2 waves, conditioned on being in rural or urban in Wave 1. But what was really interesting for myself and Cecil is when we explored, okay, so then we asked, how much does migration play? And again, you have to follow people across time and space if you want to think about migration studies, right? We asked, how much of a role does migration play for youth who are finding jobs? That's a simple question. Very few of the youth from urban areas are moving into rural areas when they're finishing school and aging in their early 20s. But it's a non-trivial share of the rural youth who migrate, right? And I just want to focus on this here, that if we look at the rural-urban non-migrants, this is by Wave 3, the employment rate is 18.5%, right? And the NEET rate, the not in education, enrollment, or training, and employment, enrollment, or training, is 51%. So half of them are not in the labor force and not in schooling. But for the ones who migrated to an urban area, this employment rate is 39%. It's double. So migration is a really important mechanism through which, at least on a descriptive level, through which rural youth are able to successfully enter the labor force. And then that's a big deal, because what does it mean both for spatial inequalities, but also for how you might try to facilitate and empower youth to successfully transition into the labor market? Right? I think I'm done. Yeah, okay. So just to close out, panel data and individual panel data in particular for labor economists enables us to investigate some really important and interesting socioeconomic issues. The data is available for free download, and I encourage all the graduate students to think about using it. I think it's a fantastic data set, and it's underutilized. There's still so many more interesting and cool papers to be written. It also has, I circulated one other paper which is very new. It came out 2 weeks ago, I think, by Kumalo et al. The et al. Is Berger and Van Vintel in the Journal of Development Economics. And what they did was, just to give an example, is they look at the child support grant, and the object of interest, the outcome space, is adolescent mental health. And you know, the child support grant was introduced in the late 90s, but first it was only for children aged 0 to 7. And then slowly the age range got wider and wider and wider. And so they used this variation in the extensions to identify people who just could have got it, or just got excluded. And they used that to figure out a measure of how much the grant helps protect against mental health issues. Now, this is a big deal, because if you're thinking, this is one of our biggest public safety, social security mechanisms, It's the old age pension and the child support grant. But you want to know that it's working, that it's doing a good job, it's helping. And if just the threat of not getting it is changing people's mental health, that's a clear sign, right? So anyway, that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Ranchard. So just to recall, we have an online audience, and after our last speaker, we will have open up for some questions and answers. And in case you are interested in the speakers and their bios and their histories and a little bit more about their work, actually within the Join app, you'll see a little gray box that says speaker bio. So you click that one, it'll open you up to a PDF with all our information. So last but not least, let me introduce you to Mamiki Liulu. Mamiki is the business area head of macroeconomic research unit in the compliance and revenue division at SARS. Over to you, Mamiki.
Thank you. I hope you're not going to say typical woman carrying so many things. So, good morning, everybody. I thought maybe I could give a bit of a context to my presentation and check whether you've got this publication on your tables. Yes, thank you. So earlier on, you would have heard the DG of National Treasury talk about the Mzansi Data Exchange Lake. And this is where all of the data of all the government departments are supposed to be pooled in a coordinated fashion. Preceding the thoughts and activities around Mzansi Exchange would have been the work of, do I need to carry a mic? Yes. Got it, thank you. Preceding that, we had work, which is still currently running, with the National Policy Data Observatory. Again, putting together data from various institutions to help with decision-making, empirical-driven decision-making. Preceding that, a project called the SEAD project, the Social Economic Activity Data. Again, you can Google that. This is the work that has been done, putting some of the information that is available from SARS, anonymized data, adding on to it the layer of municipal data, local municipalities and metro municipalities, to allow for also, again, data-backed decision-making. Preceding that was the data lab that both our Commissioner of SARS and the DG spoke about, where we do have a data facility, a secure data facility, and SARS's anonymized data serves as the base, and there's been other data points, but data set from SARS, anonymized data set from SARS is used as a base. But the baby that has started all of this is the tax statistics, which I hope you all have a copy on your desks. And if I can invite you to just open the publication, because I'm going to walk you through some of the findings and some of the key insights that we see as a tax administration authority. So we may not necessarily be in the obvious realm of Stats SA of collating big statistics, but we do, as my leaders have already indicated before, that it's not even a byproduct, but a product of the work that we do is we do generate a lot of data, and that data allows us to make more informed, more rich decisions. And so, as you see on the screen, we do have a presentation that we would like to walk you through that speaks of the statistics and the data that we see as the tax administrator. So in the program, you would have seen the words PEC, the words UIF being made reference to. We do collect many tax revenues, and you see at the top their tax revenue being the primary portion of our collections, and it accounts for about 90% of South Africa's overall revenue bucket. We do also collect non-tax revenue on behalf of other departments. So non-tax revenue would include the mining, petroleum, and resource royalties. We collect, you see at the bottom there, unemployment insurance fund on behalf of the Department of Labor, the road accident fund, etc., etc. And some of the collections that we do administer or assist with has some administrative data associated with it, and some not. So today's presentation tries to just give you a sense of the landscape and the lay of the land for SARS. In the year that we've just concluded, 2025-26, we collected around 2 trillion rands. And I think people do make fun in SARS around how many zeros those are in the 2 trillion rand, but be that as it may, in that 2 trillion rand, we collected almost 794 billion with a B of pay-as-you-earn. 767 billion of pay-as-you-earn. Why I'm mentioning pay-as-you-earn is that normally you'd also start asking questions about SDL. SDL, we collected almost 26 billion, so it's quite a big difference there. And the next question that will be asked will be UIF. UIF, we collected close to about 27 billion. That is the year that we just concluded. On the screen that you see is data relating to, obviously, some of the non-tax revenue, SACU payments, consolidated revenue that we're also a part of. In the screen that you see, it just gives a quick overview of the various tax products that we administer and collect on. The first column talks of the taxes on income and profit, and you see right at the bottom there, pay-as-you-earn being one of the big contributors to our revenue collections. If you scroll your eyes to the next data column, that's SDL, that's the skills development levy that we collect on the payroll and workforce taxes. And if you move your eyes right across to the other end of the screen, you'll see non-tax revenue that I've mentioned we collect on, MPRR, Road Accident Fund, and UIF. Now, in the tax statistics publication, this is now chapter 1 that I've just walked you through. Chapter 2 is the information where we start combining a couple of things. We look at tax revenues of registered individuals. We look at information by taxable income, by age, by gender, by municipality, as well as sources of income, fringe benefits, allowances, and deductions. And at the bottom of the slide that I'm presenting today is just a summary of the data that we see from what we call the microsimulation model of PIT mod. So those of you who don't want to be left behind in terms of the discussions, if you then go right at the bottom there, pages 70 to 75 of our publication, it will give you just a summary of the data that we are picking up and analyzing and constantly tracking as the tax authority. Again, this is a more of descriptive statistics rather than more sophisticated modeling per se. So what does the PEC mod help us understand? And the second bullet point, it applies PIT rules to millions of anonymized taxpayer records, and we analyze and evaluate the distributional impact of proposed tax policy changes, but more importantly and more relevant for today's session is that we produce tax statistics from that model. What are the sources of data that we look at? In the next bullet point, it's information submitted by the employers in terms of IRP5, IT3A certificates, tax returns submitted by individuals, third-party information submitted by external parties, and we then use that to analyze what are the sources of income, deductions, taxable income, and tax credits. You may ask yourself, Mamiki, why are we then talking about this today when our key topic and theme is around unemployed youth? Sometimes we also have to look at the other side of the equation. When youth get employed, where are they employed? How are they employed? In which sectors are they employed? So that when we also have conversations about dealing with the observations about the unemployed, we also have a good sense of observations about those that find themselves in the employed space. So the first data point that I would like to raise, that you can also see on table A2.11.13, right, towards the end part of chapter 2, just gives a sense of all the individuals that we look at in our PIT mod. There's about 14.2 million individuals that we look at. About 84% of those are younger than 55 years. About 56% are between 26 and 45. And in the highlighted bullet point, the youth category, 15 to 34, contributing to about 43%. There's about 6.4 million of them. In terms of taxable income and tax liability of the overall group, there's about 3.3 trillion of taxable income and 620 billion of tax liability raised. And you see in the yellow highlighted, the youth category contributed about 25%. So 43% in terms of count, but 25% in terms of contributing to taxable income and 17% contribution towards tax liability. The last bullet point also just highlights the intersectionality of conversations that we have around youth issues as well as gender issues. Table A2.11.1 talks about the aggregate income sources. So where do they earn their income from? And again, if you look at the table, we do give a long list of sources of income. So other than salaries, other than annual payment bonuses, fringe benefits, there's a whole long list that also allows you to start looking at different sources. How do they change over time? So the youth category, you would see that for them, unlike everybody else, the rest of the population of 14 million, the youth category's contribution of salaries, the source of income with regards to salaries and wages, that's about 80%. If you then look at the next two categories, fringe benefits and annual payment bonuses, that's close to about 15%. Giving a cumulative of 95%. Why this is important is that if you then take the same table, table A2.11, if you compare the overall aggregate sources for all the 14 million individuals, we've taken a slice out and looked at particularly the youth, the category 15 to 34 years. And if you take a look at the contribution to some of the aligned items there, things like directors' fees, very few, or there's very little that you see that's being collected or taxed for directors' fees, because that category of 15 to 34 are most likely not going to find themselves earning directors' fees as a main source of income. So it also starts out to allow to understand and unpack what the sources of income are. The table that I've just highlighted there is just, again, for those of you who aren't always keen to read words, if you see it in a table format, that table A2.11.13, you see the areas that are shaded in green, so not green.
Gray.
Thank you, gray. Shaded in gray, 16 to 20, all the way to 31 to 25. You see the number of taxpayers there. Most of the youth bunching towards the age group of 26 to 30, overall contributing about 17.6% of overall share. That particular grouping, again, being a big contributor in terms of taxable income and tax liability. So if we had to also look at the sector distribution, again, we asked the team to just select for us those that are in the income grouping 16 to 35, in which sectors most are they sitting under. Sorry, we've already dealt with this one. Which sectors? Again, I think confirming the earlier point that was made by Dr. De Beer from SSA around the big contribution sectors would look at or seem like it is in the financial intermediation, insurance, real estate, and business services, also known as the finance sector. So you see there in the last column, 2024-25, that's the data that's got 316 billion as the pay-as-you-earn, that's payments received from employees that are sitting with employers in that sector. So again, it just gives you a sense of where do we see our distribution patterns tilting towards. The same table, if you then look at overall assessed individuals, it will give you the same kind of picture, same picture that STSSA has given in terms of sector dynamics. For those of you who would want to take this study further, so what you're seeing right now is a snapshot of the past 5 years. If you go to our website, and I know that some of you, when you look at the QR code here, you think that it's just for play. If you scan this QR code, I know you already scanned another QR code for Vusi and the program director, but also our QR code, if you scan there, you'd actually see the entire library of our tax statistics. The first, which was published in 2008, so in 2008 it already contained data of the past 5 years. So those of you who'd want to take much long-term view panel data, you can use that to conduct your research and your studies and to also understand and see how our labor dynamics have changed over this period. I think I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mamiki, for the really interesting statistics shared. I think I'm going to move this side and then kickstart the discussion. Oh, thank you. So maybe I'm going to start with a question for the panel. I'm going to take the liberty as the facilitator of the session to ask a question. All the same question, to push a little bit some of the thinking, I think. So the Director General is not in the room from the National Treasury, but if he were to give you a budget, think about a check without any specific numbers. What is the one major improvement to data about the South Africa labor market that you would make? So what is the one big improvement that you would think about or you want to implement if the resources were unlimited? Another way to think about this is, in your view, from the Stats Authority, from our survey work, from the tax administration, what is the biggest data gap you think we have with regards to the labor market? It's also okay to say that we don't have any gaps, but yeah. Mr. De Beer, shall we?
Yeah, I see I only have 24 minutes to answer this one.
3 minutes for you.
Yeah, I think as an economist, the more granular your data is, the more useful the data becomes. So I would highlight 2 areas of improvement. The one is already addressed by National Treasury in terms of funding, and that is our continuous population survey, sort of how we want to improve the QLFS to make the statistics available on a district level. I think if you can understand the labour market at a district level rather than just at a provincial level, it already increases the usefulness a lot. The second improvement I would want to make, which is not funded, is for South Africa to introduce the latest industry classification. At the moment, we disaggregate the economy based on an industrial classification that came out in the early 90s. And the problem with that is a lot of the emerging economic activities, such as e-hailing, a lot of the things that came with computers, digital economy, we don't acknowledge that separately in our statistics, whether it's labour market or the GDP, which makes it difficult for policymakers to know where to intervene, because we group everything under something called business services rather than being very detailed about where this happens. So I would highlight those two items. Thank you.
Professor Ranchard.
Thanks, Dr. Ibrahim. So I am biased, of course, but I think the one thing we don't have anymore, like I was saying, NIDS ended in 2017, and then NIDS-CRAM was a very peculiar, precise thing for a moment in time. But we don't, at this moment, have longitudinal labor market data for the whole system. So the SARS-NT data set will give you longitudinal data for the people who maintain formal employment. It won't cover people in informal employment unless those people still somehow get an IRP5 form. The Stats SA panels, which you can extract from the QLFS or the GHS, like I said, they're dwelling level panels. And what we know from lots of other studies, including NIDS, is that people move for jobs. People move cities, people move back home to wherever home means. When they lose jobs, people move when they retire. And what that means is that any of the dwelling level panels, I have one of my PhD students working on this right now, it really underestimates some of the dynamism because it's anchoring on a physical dwelling. And so all the people who migrate in response to or in anticipation of an employment shift are not getting captured in those ones. And so I think it's almost like that margin, which I think is still important in South Africa, especially given our historical spatial distributions of people and overlaid with economic activities, it's just kind of lost, actually.
Thank you so much. Mamiki, blank check.
Blank check. Me, if just asking from my perspective, would probably be real-time dynamic data. That's something that we always wish we could access. But on behalf of SARS, we've got 8 generational projects that we're pursuing to be achieved by 2030. One of them is the unique identity. Typical South African is probably around 7 identities. The national identity from Home Affairs, identity number for SASSA, identity number for different institutions. And that creates many, many opportunities for not only on the data side, but also on the administration side, but also on the abuse side, double dipping, people getting salaries and also getting grants, etc. So the unique identity would probably be something that we would wish to get funding for and get expedient implementation on. Thanks.
Thank you so much for indulging my quick experiment. So now to open up to the floor. So we've had really great presentations delving deep into the discussion on data. I see one hand at the back. Vusi, I'm going to ask if you can check for questions online. Some more questions further in the front from the fairer sex. Okay, we'll take the first one at the back. So I think we'll do a round of 3 or 4 questions and then we'll see if we can take answers. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you so much. Good day, everyone. My name is Kamogelo Modise. I am from the National Treasury. I just have one question. It's referring to tax incentives. So I am aware that the employment tax incentive for youth has been implemented, but the uptake, rather, it is somewhat debated. So I just want to ask if this policy has somewhat subsidized employers who would have hired anyway, or does evidence show that meaningful net job creation for young people, and should it be dramatically expanded or stopped? Thanks.
Excellent question.
Good afternoon, colleagues, everyone. I'm Ayanda Ndlekyana from Mistra. My question is based on Mr. De Beer or Prof. De Beer, I'm not entirely sure. During the National Development Plan, sector education and training authorities and YES programs were implemented. Does Stats SA have a data set that checks the conversion rates of interns going into permanent employment, or the cycle of the employment trap? Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you. Short and sharp. So we have 2 questions in the front or further forward, or maybe 3. I'll take those 3 questions and then maybe we can do a round of answers.
Hi everybody, my name is Gracious. I'm a PhD student at Stellenbosch and I'm studying South to South migration, economic insecurity and the politics of immigrant exclusion. I would just like to understand how we are accounting for the international migrant population in our measurement of the informal sector. And the reason I'm asking this is because in my previous employment, I was working on a study investigating why the use of cash persists in township. And one of the insights was that the informal business owners themselves only accepted cash. And the reason for that was that a lot of the business owners were undocumented immigrants and therefore did not have documents to open bank accounts. So how are we measuring this, and could we be undercounting by excluding this portion of the population? I'd actually like to propose that as a major data gap in South Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. 2 more ladies on the table. Yeah.
Good day. My name is Samantha Nabete. I am doing an honors in economics at the Nelson Mandela University. So my question is, South Africa's high unemployment limits expansion of the formal tax base as millions are not in stable formal work, right? So therefore cannot be included in the personal income tax base in the short run. So is South Africa's personal income tax system approaching a revenue ceiling due to its narrow base tax? And how does that affect the sustainability of the personal income tax?
Great question. And I think we got the last one.
Good day, colleagues and fellow students. My name is Pushia Tsikang. I'm studying Masters in Economics with UNISA. My question or comment goes to Memamiki regarding pay-as-you-earn. According to your data and evidence, it shows that SARS collects most of their tax or income from the pay-as-you-earn. But I feel like the brackets for pay-as-you-earn, it's too high, especially for high-income earners, right? So now it ends up reducing their take-home disposable income. As a result, it also reduces their purchasing power, and it can also discourage workers because now you are earning more, but due to the high tax brackets, your income is reduced. Thank you.
Okay, panel, shall we, I don't see any, oh, Vusi, maybe I check with you if there are any questions online.
Sure. So we have two questions that I can give to you for now, and a comment.
Yeah.
The first question comes from Xoliswa Zakufa to Stats SA, that why don't we have statistics on work structure, i.e. internship or contracts, in brackets temporary versus permanent, which is more sustainable work for better analysis on labor markets. And then Ntombikai's Gijana is asking a question, says, is the ILO unemployed and not looking term reflect the reality of South Africa's, or it's talking of students, retired and stay-at-home parents? It's confusing. And the comment, of course, from again, Ntomgai is saying, Prof. V is presenting interesting concept from the longitudinal data. It underscores the important topics on precarious workers in South Africa's infrastructure sector. This being a comment from Ntombikai Sekijana.
Vusi, can I ask you to repeat the second question? I don't think I caught it.
It's a bit worded somehow, even it has an edited bracket at the end. But
Make an interpretation.
so I think she's trying to figure out really that the way ILO defines unemployment and not looking is not reflecting the realities in South Africa. Or maybe she's trying to figure out whether is it talking about students, retired employees, or is it talking about stay-at-home parents, the way they are defining they are unemployed and not looking unemployed and not looking population.
Okay, I got it. Tax incentives, interns versus permanent, so there are kind of two questions on that. South-South migration, what are we doing, or what are we capturing in terms of international migration? Tax and demographics, what can we expect? Have we reached the ceiling for revenue? Pay as you earn, bracket creep, bunching at revenue or thresholds, if you want, work structure, ILO definitions or international definitions, and a heads up to, or high five to Prof. Ranchard on the precarious work. Mamiki, shall we start with you?
No.
No? Okay.
Sorry.
Enough.
I'm just sorting out my paperwork, but okay, let's start with some of the questions. We can always do a quick, so ETI, I thought maybe I could just share with you on page 175 of our publication. It gives you a sense of who of the employers are making use of ETI. And you'd see that, and also over time, how that ETI has grown. And we have seen a lot of employers making use of ETI as an instrument that allows them to bring in and employ the employees in the young category or youth category. And they would obviously get that as an incentive. And you see that's mostly it's in the retail sector. That's the big employers that are making use of our ETI as well as the services sector. So it does help in terms of giving an incentive to employers who otherwise would not have considered bringing additional staff members just so that they can give them the opportunity to work. So to the question around, has it expanded? Yes, it has expanded, and we can see the sectors that are making use of the incentive. The high unemployment, the tax base, are we possibly reaching the ceiling? And maybe I'll combine Smeka's question with Portia's question. I think they're asking if we're taxing individuals too much, and I would imagine in your courses you probably would have read and studied a phenomenon called the Laffer curve. We do, as SARS, we do our policy teams, our legal policy teams do work hand in hand with the National Treasury team to make sure that we do not tax beyond and above what the taxpayers can handle. So there are different instruments, there are different variations of how to increase your revenue collections without necessarily increasing the, let's call it the maximum marginal tax rates, and. So there are a couple of things that the policymakers, the legislative teams, supported by our legislative team in SARS, that consider what is the best option. And of course, it is based on data. We do look at historical data. The earlier comment that was made by the DG around the increase of the rate from 41, the maximum marginal tax rates from 41 to 45%, and the impact that we saw, it's a clear indication of that, you know, the more we start relying on evidence as opposed to being under, let's call it fiscal pressure, it helps us to make the right decisions. And in the last 2 or 3 years, you would have seen that we've taken a different policy stance around how to collect more revenue in PIT without increasing the maximum marginal tax rates. Yeah, I think
that's you.
I think the only other point I would have made around the contribution of PIT, there was a comment around why is PIT the biggest contributor to our overall revenue collections. If you take, so one of the other publications that I wanted to mention was the tax chronology publication by the Reserve Bank. If you look at that data, going as far back as 1980, at some stage in South Africa's fiscal history, CIT used to be the biggest contributor of overall revenue. So corporate income taxes used to be the biggest contributor, but we have made certain decisions. There was a commission of, a CATS tax commission, followed by the Davis Tax Commission, thank you. And that pointed to the kind of taxation system that we wanted as South Africa. So we did make specific policy interventions to move us from, like I said, if you look at our data, historical data, we used to be quite dependent on CIT, and that has shifted over time to PIT being the biggest contributor, followed by VAT, followed by CIT. It is a policy decision that we took as a country.
Thanks, Mameki. Professor Ranchard, I think, is your mic?
Thanks. So I just talked to a few of the things. The ETI one, it's something which a few years ago I was on a panel with Andrew Donaldson and Josh Budlander, who's a researcher in SALRU and a co-author of Amina's, and myself. And we were all talking about this. And it was really funny because we all know the same papers, but we had 3 different evaluations of the literature. So I guess the only thing we can say is it's an ongoing debate. What's the full effects of the law, of the program? The point about banking and stuff, that one it's an interesting one because it's an easy one to fix. Like people could get bank accounts, right? Like when I studied abroad, you can get it the same day. There's really no issue. And it's really hard to see why, especially if you're thinking of small-scale traders, why they would not be allowed to have it. And also, like if you think of the stuff Harun talked about earlier about crime and barriers and things like that. So, but it's a political question. It's not an economic question, really. The infrastructure can handle it. In terms of surveys, our surveys don't discriminate by nationality. It's not as if we go to someone's house and say, where are you from? And, oh, okay, we don't want to talk to you. Right? It is true that certain subgroups who feel maybe threatened are less likely to participate because everyone has the right to say they don't want to participate. But that's not the same. It's not as if we intentionally exclude people from surveys. Now, if you're thinking of a cross-country survey, that's far more ambitious and complex in terms of costs and in terms of logistics. I only know of one in the world of that sort. Yeah, that's all.
Thanks. And then Mr. De Beer.
Yeah, let me try. Thanks for the questions. You might not like the answers, though, but let me give them to you in any case. From Mistra, we do not track the conversion rate of interns into permanent employment. But I think that also gives me an opportunity to mention that even though Stats SA produces official statistics, we are just one of the partners in something called the South African National Statistics System. So we shouldn't think that all the data should come from Stats SA. We have a specific remit or scope of data that we want to publish. So if there's conversion rates that one wants to link to the funding giving to the different SETAs, that is typically information that one should try to gather from the SETAs themselves rather than thinking everything should come from a survey. It will make our sample surveys horrendously expensive if we wanted to be representative to try to measure something like that. So short answer is we do not track that. Also want to just add on to the third question about the unsolicited or undocumented immigrants. You know, when we do household surveys, we, at some occasion, like in the population census, you might ask about country of birth or something like that. But if you think for yourself, if you in the QLFS had to sample somebody that is undocumented, they will not tell you that. So there's no value in asking questions if you're not going to have a realistic chance of publishing the answer to the question. People might say where I was born, and we're not an institution when we ask people, we tell them, please prove your answer. We will just ask you where you were born if that's the case of the survey, but we're not going to ask people to confirm that with birth certificates or something like that. So that's not a type of statistic that you will typically get from a statistics office. There was also the online question about the definitions from the ILO. I also sort of had to think twice about the question, but not everybody that is unemployed necessarily wants to work. So the definition of the unemployment from the ILO that we follows covers people that, as per that diagram that we try to unpack it, meets the criteria as we went from the employed, unemployed, or not in the labor force, those three steps that we try to illustrate. And some examples could be, I could be in my 30s, I could be qualified, I could be offered jobs, but I choose not to take the job. I choose to be unemployed. Why? Maybe I don't need a job at this stage in my life, or I'm focusing on something else. So we shouldn't think that that all unemployed people are because they can't find a job. There is a natural unemployment rate as well in the economy. I think those covers the questions that I had something to say on. Thank you.
Thank you so much for those questions and responses and online as well. So maybe I tell a personal story and maybe we relate this to the discussion where I met some of the students last night and also going into the discussion we're going to have tomorrow. So I actually have had the pleasure of using all of the data sets that have been presented today. So in my master's, I actually used the NIDS data set to look at what old age pension grants do for unemployed workers. So how does it help them or not? And then in my doctoral thesis, I actually used the QLFS data, harmonizing the PALMS data, as well as the SARS data, tax administrative data, to unpack some questions that we had around the employment tax incentive. So for those of you who are looking for data for your thesis, for your research projects, your presentations here today should now be giving you some ideas on what actually to do. Then tomorrow, we are going to unpack a little bit more about active labor market policies. I think it's session 5. So there's going to be a presentation about various active labor market policies, and there are going to be some additional presentations around some of the research that's been done using some of the excellent data to answer some of those questions, and then perhaps some of the gaps that exist from there. So maybe to bring this all together, I started off with saying kind of public economics begins with evidence. Good policy depends on measuring those outcomes accurately, and understanding how people actually move through the labor market and how public interventions or government interventions can actually change those trajectories. So investing in high quality data, so that was my thought process. So if we put more money and we think about those data gaps, we add to the already rich body of evidence that we have and ultimately invest in better public policy. Thank you so much. Back to you, Vusi.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ibrahim and the panel. Mickey and the panel, you may... yeah, I think this is where it ends, right? You are standing between people and lunch, so they'd like to have stay at you for one more time. And with that, please give them a round of applause as they leave this stage. Thank you. All right. Thank you for those fascinating contributions, discussions, inputs. We saw them coming online as well as in the room. You are a bit tired, right? Especially here in the room. Can I get a sense, someone that feels like, you know what, let's just continue and see if we can make 4. Yeah? All right, we have 2 energetic people here. Someone that thinks, let's just stop here and have lunch. All right, a lot of you, even Ronette wants lunch. So I fully understand where you're coming from. So just a few announcements from my part. The first one is that we are having lunch at a restaurant downstairs. It's called, I'll tell you now, it's at Appetit Buffet restaurant, which is downstairs. Most of you that had breakfast and had dinner yesterday will find it on the ground floor. As you exit the lift, you turn left. One of the logistics team that is around here will be able to usher us right there. And if, a plea from ourselves is that we've made it 15 minutes before. We were supposed to be leaving here at 15 minutes past 1, and it's already 2 past 1. So giving you an extra few minutes to eat, right? So please be back on time. If you could start making your way back at 15 to 2, that will be greatly appreciated. So at 13:45, you start making your way up here so we could start at 2 o'clock promptly. Whilst you're having lunch and you're walking around, please remember to visit our GTAC website. That is gtac.gov.za. That is www.gtac.gov.za. You'll find a number of research papers that are published there. You'll also find a knowledge hub, and I have it under good authority that it has more than 900 knowledge resources available at your disposal for you to use. So with that said, let's go and enjoy our lunch. Be back here just before 2 so we can start promptly in time. Thank you.
was that? 5 mics.